Welcome everyone to Extreme Rules, or at least a watch along thereof, featuring myself, Tom Colohue. We have a 1 hour pre-show and 3 hours of entertainment ahead of us, featuring Matt Riddle versus Seth Rollins in a fight pit refereed by Daniel Cormier. We have a ladder match between Bianca Belair and Bayley, with Damage Control definitely set to be involved. We have Edge versus Finn Balor in an I Quit match. We have Karrion Kross versus Drew McIntyre in a strap match. We have a good old-fashioned Donnybrook fight night taking on Imperium, and we also have, well, I see a Fiend mask immediately as soon as the pre-show is starting, and a Fiend Championship belt. People feeling that Fiend. Ronda Rousey versus Liv Morgan in Extreme Rules, plus heavy rumours that we are going to see the unveiling of whatever the White Rabbit is tonight at Extreme Rules. A lot of people speculating it's Bray Wyatt. Let's see how that plays out, shall we? We have not had a match confirmed for the pre-show. Triple H does like his pre-show matches, but we'll see how that actually plays out. We will be going over what we have as regards spoilers at some point. I won't be jumping in too deep, but I will be discussing the latest betting averages, so be careful when we get to that section. In the meantime, though, welcome everyone. If you're watching on YouTube, be sure to hit like, subscribe if you haven't already. We are going to be going for about 4 hours here. It's a Triple H pay-per-view, so it's probably going to be very evenly set, half an hour per match, per segment. That's typically how it goes. But jump in, say hi, lurk if you'd prefer, and welcome to the show. Sean says hello, Tom. Hello, Sean. How you doing, mate? And Moxie says, Tom freaking Colohue. Is adding a freaking to my name, because there's one thing we can say. It's that Tom Colohue goes extreme. Do you want to see how extreme I've gone? I'm wearing lemons. That is extreme. And you'll know it. Welcome, Megan. Already ready to start booing. No LA Knight. Again, I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. So sorry. Rizar, which is a new Rizar, says, I miss Pat McAfee already. Yeah, we've got Jerry Lawler on screen. That's never really a good thing. And I will stand by that until the end of time. Traffic says, good evening. How excited are you for the show tonight? In about a 7 out of 10 in excitement. I'd probably be more excited if it wasn't at 1 a.m. That's still a bit of an issue. That said, I'm excited for the matches. We don't have the Bloodline. We don't have Bobby Lashley. We are missing some big names. No Charlotte, no Sasha. We are missing some big names from the card, and yet still it feels like a really powerful and potentially impactful show. We have all the pieces necessary to make this work. Let's see what they can actually deliver for us, because there's a lot of possibilities as regards this one. A lot of different ways that it could go. And we are starting our pre-show by talking about Matt Riddle and Seth freaking Rollins. The only Extreme Rules match will be Liv Morgan versus Ronda Rousey, but let's be fair, it may be the only Extreme Rules match, but there is plenty of Extreme planned. I've really enjoyed the YouTube ads that they put together, which feature Paul Heyman essentially saying, we'll let the carnage do the talking. That is how it should be done. Moxie said, who's ready for some carnage? Should be a good one. Also says, what match to be excited for the most? All of them have huge potential. All of them. Personally, I'm most excited for Ronda versus Liv Morgan. I think Liv's going to show out on this one. To be fair, she kind of needs to. Khalid says, do you think Liv Morgan retains tonight? Nope. I think she has no chance. No chance in hell. Megan says, I'm booing the presence of Lawler on my screen. The fact we're getting another hour pre-show with no matches. Both of which, very, very fair comment. Very fair comment. I picked up pretty quickly on what you were booing Jerry Lawler for. I'll tell you that. It looks like we're going in-depth on the Women's Championship ladder match. If we get the first vignette, and it's about this one, that's definitely not main eventing. Bianca Belair versus Bayley will not be main eventing tonight. Sai says, hi Tom and all. Welcome, Sai. Happy Extreme Day and break out the lemon shirts. Sometimes when life gives you lemons, make a shirt. You know? That's what we need. Rizar says, why does it keep pausing? Why does what keep pausing, Rizar? If the stream is pausing, then I'll ask a question. Has anyone else experiencing any pauses to the stream so far? Any pauses at all? Khalid says, I wonder who is the White Rabbit tonight. Very exciting tonight, my friend. Welcome, Khalid. Well, it's been played down. The same person who initially said we were going to find out at Extreme Rules is now saying we probably won't find out at Extreme Rules. Let's see what actually happens there. Megan says it's an instant reflex at this point. I see Lawler, I boo. Fair. Khalid says he's going with Ronda Rousey. Simon, welcome. Says just on the subject of Extreme Rules, big congrats to ECW legend Raven going in the Impact Hall of Fame at Bound for Glory. Moxie says, Tom, who do you see main eventing? I'm saying either Drew versus Cross or Finn versus Edge. I still feel Ronda versus Liv has a shout, but there are potential spoilers out there. Traffic says all the women have a chance to steal the show tonight. Moxie says I'd see Bianca versus Bayley opening. They are doing. That's why we've got the vignette on now. They will be opening. Oh, sorry. No, that's not clarification of that. That's just clarification that they won't main event. Thank you for the clarification there, Sai. Megan says, I wonder how long they're going to make us wait for the White Rabbit content. Probably most of the show. They've got to have you tuned in after all. Welcome, Jaden. How you doing, mate? Dark Knight says, Tom, you're usually on the ball. I feel a bit of an idiot now telling everybody I think Liv will win. I just thought she might turn heel and embrace the cheating. Well, there's no guarantees, mate. Stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. Jaden said, I hope Sasha and Naomi return to help Bianca. Well, I mean, you would. You're a big fan of them, so that makes sense. Khalid says, you're a very good YouTuber, my friend. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, mate. Moxie says, imagine the White Rabbit being Vince. No. I refuse to do so. I refuse to do so. Hector says, after last night's performance, I'm convinced Jimmy and Jay deserve a big raise because how they didn't break when Kofi dropped the you went from main event Jey Uso to Sami Zayn being your boss. Roman Reigns struggled when Sami Zayn was talking, so what can we say? Brett says, how can she cheat at Extreme Rules? That is fair. Khalid says, Tom, do you think Edge will say I quit? Nope. But I do think he'll lose. Hello, the user. How are you? It's been a little while, mate. Hope you're good. Sean says, wouldn't Alexa and Asuka help Bianca? Yes, but that doesn't mean it's going to be enough. Ms. T says, I have a feeling the ladder match will be extremely overbooked and messy due to Damage Control's presence at ringside. I agree with that. I've thought that the entire time. Ladder match does not mean that no one else can get involved. That's the issue. That's where it all goeth wrong. If you are currently watching on YouTube, please do remember to hit that thumbs up. Every one of those thumbs up makes a massive difference to YouTube. They are essentially watching and learning as to how engaged my content is. So likes, subscribes, views, chat rate, all of this good stuff guarantees more viewership going forwards and thusly guarantees more subscribers to the channel. The more subscribers we have on the channel, the closer I get to full time. So please do remember to hit that thumbs up as we go through the show. Dark Knight says, I think the White Rabbit could be Eminem. He's called B-Rabbit in 8 Mile. And I can see Eminem and Bray working together in the horrors. I don't think he'd have any interest in that personally, but stranger things have happened. The user says, do you think we'll finally see Bray tonight? Great question. Kervin says, I'm surprised last night's SmackDown only had one women's match for 2 minutes. Me too, but they did have plenty of women involved. B-Fab, Zelina Vega, and of course the vignette for Ronda and Liv Morgan. There's nothing new they can really do for the women's feuds. I would rather have the match between Sheamus and Gunter on that one. Rizara is not a big fan of the rose plant. I mean, fair enough. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it. Khalid says, Tom, this Extreme Rules pay-per-view is looking good. I agree. I think this is definitely a very exciting Extreme Rules. They've embraced the actual extreme element. They needed to. They screwed up on that one a lot in the past. Simon says, getting ready to do the conga line when it's revealed as Adam Rose's bunny. It's not going to be Adam Rose's bunny. I want to say we all need to calm down, but now get hype. Get hype. And then stay hype. Get hype. Then stay hype. Jaden says, I think Io or Dakota just grab the title for Bayley and give it to her. Yeah, that's a possibility. I don't necessarily see it, but I mean, that's a possibility. Megan says, the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland led to the Queen, so it's really Charlotte. Queen of Hearts? Makes sense to me. Dark Knight says, Tom, the channel and your knowledge definitely should make you a 500k plus subscribed channel. I would love that, Dark Knight. I'd be able to make quite a comfortable living off that. Based on current numbers, I'd be able to make a pretty comfortable living if I had 15,000 subscribers. If I had 15,000 subscribers, I'd live a very comfortable life. Every little does help. Every single show, if we gain a subscriber, if we get a donation, if we get a new channel member, that guarantees that YouTube will advertise this show further. Little things like that go a long way. And honestly, it's not a little thing when someone donates. I appreciate everyone who joins the channel in that regard as well. Kevin says, I hope nobody gets injured tonight. Me too, but I think that's why a lot of people have been taking it easy, apart from Sheamus. Rizal says, I think we're going to get disappointed about the White Rabbit reveal. It's going to be Charlotte or something stupid. If it's Charlotte, I would not be disappointed. I'd find that hilarious. Pardon me. Sean says, I saw that Elektra wasn't called up with Legado because she got injured while working out. Not sure if this is true. To my knowledge, she was being held back for a reason. I'm not aware of an injury. I just think they want to hold her back and further develop her ready for the main roster. The main roster is not easy, and not everyone's immediately ready. The user says, do you think we'll see any returns tonight? A White Rabbit? No, I don't think we'll see any returns tonight. Brad Becker says, not the hype bros. Don't know what you're talking about, mate. Don't know what you're talking about. Sean says, White Rabbit is Tyler Breeze. I wouldn't hate it. I think there's a lot of really good options. I know a lot of people are of the opinion that it's either Bray or nothing. I'm not that guy. I think there's a lot of good options that the WWE could use here. A lot of good options. Simon says, predicting Liv to turn heel and win in heel shenanigans. Noob says, good evening, Tom. How are you doing today? Doing very well, thank you. Nice and chill. Nice and chill. It's been a very, very chill day, and it promises to be very, very chill tomorrow. And honestly, this whole YouTube channel is very, very chill. I remember the times when I was going hell for leather on streaming, and I'm pretty chill at this point. It's all very comfortable, and that's all I really needed in life. So I'm doing great, Noob. How are you? The user says, what do you think the main event will be? For a while now, I thought it would be Ronda versus Liv. There are spoilers out there. I will not be referring to them. But for a while now, I felt it would be Ronda versus Liv. Dark Knight says, you'll get there one day. Every subscriber is another brick. You are absolutely right on that one. My target by the end of the year is 2,000. That means just over 100 per month, which seems perfectly achievable. 2,000 on 2,000 subscribers on a channel like this doesn't seem like all that many, to be honest. I'm excited for it. Khalid says, did you see the return of Sarah Logan with the Viking Raiders? I saw a Viking Raiders vignette. Didn't necessarily see Sarah Logan, but I know that Fightful have reported that it is. Simon says, James Ellsworth did it for Carmella on the Money in the Bank 2017 pay-per-view women's match. Yep, and they've never done it since because of the backlash there. They shouldn't do it now. Sai says, monetized before Mania worked great. Now we're into 2K before 23. That's it, Sai. Nailed it. Monetized before Mania didn't just work brilliantly. It ended up happening in February, so like a month and a half in advance. 2K before 23. You've nailed it there, Sai. You have nailed it. Kevin Patrick has just referred to Judgment Day as the Judgment Day. I wonder if that's going to be long term. You'll note that in the I Quit match graphics, Edge is being shown solo. And here we go with the vignette for the I Quit match, which involves Edge talking about his retirement. Again, not every single video package about Edge needs to focus on him retiring. Thank you very much, Bubba, for following on Twitch. Thank you kindly. Welcome to the show. You'll get notifications for our live spoiler warning news shows and plenty more as well. Dog Knight says, I didn't watch wrestling when Bray was in WWE, so I'm excited, but maybe more for everybody else. Can't believe I didn't watch wrestling for 20 years. I went for a long time. I think it was 14 years that I didn't watch wrestling either. Simon says, Tom, what are your thoughts on Bully Ray, Fandango, Impact return and debuts at Bound for Glory? Didn't watch them. I don't have enough time to watch Impact, unfortunately. I work full time and I don't get to watch that much wrestling. Moxie says, if we had something like Roman versus KO in a no DQ match, this pay-per-view would have been even better than it is right now. That'd be very similar to Royal Rumble 2017, I believe it was. Simon says, fun fact, Justin Gabriel played Adam Rose's bunny most of the time. True. Khalid says, Tom, I just made a YouTube channel because your channel inspired me to become a YouTuber, so thank you, Tom, for entertaining us. Well, that's great to hear, Khalid. If you ever need any advice, hit me up. I'm happy to share. I do recommend watching vidIQ videos. They've been very helpful to me. Kevin says, for me, I book Extreme Rules kickoff show, The Miz versus Dexter Lumis. I know you really want that, but they're in no rush to give us that. Steve says, any kickoff matches this evening? Nothing has been announced to my knowledge. Triple H likes a kickoff show match, but nothing as of yet has actually been shown up on that one. Also, how are you doing, Steve? I'm not far behind you on subscribers, mate, but what I will say is when I last looked at your channel, you had less than this. You are soaring, sir. Soaring, and I'm very happy to see it. I hope the newfound monetization is doing you favours, sir, because you very much earned it. Very much earned it. Hector says, regardless of what happens with the White Rabbit tonight, I honestly think Triple H won't let us down. I think those days are behind us, thankfully. There is a difference between Triple H letting us down and the fans deciding that they've been let down. Very big difference. Eddie is very intrigued with Viking Raiders with Sarah Logan. Hopefully things have changed on that one. Hopefully things have changed. She was not particularly popular amongst the trainers. Hopefully things have improved. Sean says, did you see the video Alexa was in called Wedding Stereotypes on the Dude Perfect YouTube channel? Not yet. It's on my list. I only found out about it a little while ago and I was already preparing for this. I'm going to be watching it. Moxie says, imagine the White Rabbit being Goldberg. I hate that idea so much. Thank you very much for sharing it. I love it. Jaden's so excited. Brad says, there's no kickoff show match tonight. Bubba says, are you watching an IQ video? I'm not watching a vidIQ video right now. No. Bobster, welcome, mate. Says, hey, Tom. Hope you enjoyed tonight. Still think Bray is a White Rabbit, but if not, what about Goldberg? Someone just said Goldberg a little bit further up. Goldberg is a terrifying prospect. We've talked about a lot of different possibilities. Bobster, we've talked about Charlotte Flair, Mustafa Ali. There is a lot of possibilities for this one. We'll see how it plays out. Very, very nervous to see a crowd reaction if it's not Bray. But if you want more news on Bray, there is plenty more on this channel, I'll tell you that. Megan, I like that. I like that very much. And no worries, Steve. Absolutely no worries. I'm just going to do a tweet. And it's going to be considered a tweet in bad faith. Should I do it or should I not do it? We don't need every Edge match to revolve around his retirement. But it does. They've made that happen. They've made every Edge match revolve around the fact that he was retired. I don't know. I'm not there for it. Tell you what, I'll do something else. The WWE have made Bray Wyatt, Sasha and Naomi the White Rabbit, and of course Extreme Rules trend before the show has even started. Whoever planned this White Rabbit viral marketing campaign has earned themselves a raise. There we go, a bit more positive. Could have been dark, could have gone dark, decided not to. Jaden says, Tom, I love the Extreme Rules background. Thank you very kindly. I do love these. This is our good friend Sai, the mod here on the YouTube side, who does create these backgrounds for me. I usually get the next pay-per-views overlay during the previous one, so I'd imagine he's currently putting together a Survivor Series one, because as you guys know, I will not be covering Crown Jewel in any way, shape or form. Not interested, don't care, not passionate about Saudi Arabia. That's just not going to happen. So I probably won't even know if Logan Paul beats Roman Reigns. That'd be an experience, turning into Raw and then, oh, Logan Paul's a double champion. That'd be a weird world to live in. Khalid says, Tom, is Rob Van Dam your favourite wrestler? No, Triple H is. Steve says, I think Loomis versus Miz will have a House of Horrors match to finish the feud on Halloween edition of Raw on the 31st of October. House of Horrors matches is a Bray Wyatt style. It's got nothing to do with Dexter Loomis. I don't see it happening. Though, of course, he does have his own match types. I love that. Broke Brad and Steve said, while I've been talking about tweeting, just going, do it. The devil on my shoulder. Do it. Sean says, can anyone tell me 2 heels who have won an I Quit match? You'll get 50 points to your Hogwarts house. So, Sean is asking the question, 2 heels, to win I Quit matches. You'll get 50 points to your Hogwarts house. I can name one heel who's won 2. I can say that. Bailey says, our pre-show match is something of the past. I don't think the fans watching the events at the arena really misses it anymore. I believe there was a pre-show match at, I want to say SummerSlam. It may be Clash of the Castle. Not sure. Kevin says, I feel bad for Mandy Rose. Why? What happened there? Hello, 7 Vikings Dubstep. That is an incredible name. Welcome, mate. How you doing? Jaden says, great work, Si, which I think is absolutely fair. Steve says, my crazy new theory for White Rabbit. I believe instead of being Bray, it's his target. They don't even know what's coming. It then leads to a number of potential wrestlers who are on the card tonight. Cross seems the most obvious one if that's the case, though Edge would also fit that bill, I feel. I feel we're most likely to see involvement from Bray Wyatt, if it is Bray Wyatt, in the I Quit match or the strap match. I'm going I Quit match personally. Oh, right. Kervin, I now know what you're referring to, and I understand. Thank you. Sire's already sent the Survivor Series graphics. Let's have a look. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. I'm excited. There we go. It's just come through. I see what you've done here. Very clever. Oh, that is glorious. Oh, beautiful. Does anybody want a peek? Just a peek. Does anybody want a peek? Bear with me. I'll just line this up. Give people a peek. Quick peek. I mean, you're here at the beginning. You've earned it. So, everybody ready for a peek? Just a quick peek. There we go. There we go. You had a peek. You had a peek. You had a peek. We can confirm the SmackDown Women's Championship, Ronda Rousey versus Liv Morgan, will not be main eventing tonight. It is next up on the vignette. Ghost says, hey Tom and chat, almost time to get extreme. Welcome, Ghost. How the devil are you? Welcome to the show. We do have a bit of a commercial for The Miz right now. I expected it to be Miz and Mrs., but nope, just The Miz. We just saw the B team. Do you remember when the B team was a Miztourage? Good times. Brad Becker suggests The Rock, who I know won at least 2 I Quit matches. Back to back, I believe they were. Peter Roberts says, hey Tom. Welcome, Peter. How you doing, mate? Simon says, what were your thoughts on the original ECW? Never watched it. At the time I was only watching WWE. I had to catch up with WCW afterwards, many, many years after. Steve says, forgive me, it was Haunted House of Terror match that Loomis had against Cameron Grimes. You're right about House of Horrors match. Well, we need to work out what's going on and why he's targeted The Miz first. I think it's also worth questioning, is he targeting The Miz or is he just weakening The Miz to get to Ciampa? Fair question, Simon. Who did watch the original ECW way back when? Thank you, Megan. It was Clash of the Castle that had the pre-show match. I made a point when advertising this show of mentioning trivia. I just assumed we'd have trivia because, let's face it, Megan, you exist. And as long as you exist, there will always be trivia, and that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Hector says, I've been seeing videos on Twitter of fans at Extreme Rules interacting with someone dressed in a rabbit costume, handing out flyers, talking about the White Rabbit. And if you'd like to see those flyers, I did tweet an image of one. Let me just pull it up. Copy a link to it. And I will drop that into the chat for anybody interested. Remember, don't click off the watch party. You be careful, don't click off the watch party. But by all means, have a quick look and have a see what flyers have been handed out. Sean says 2 heels who have won an I Quit match. The Rock, Royal Rumble 1999, and Chavo Guerrero on an episode of SmackDown in 2006. I did not know that. Brad, it's a very strange question you've asked me there. You've asked, how do I feel about the death of Sarah Lee? Not good. I'm never going to feel good about someone dying. I don't know what else you could possibly be expecting me to say there. It's a very awkward question. Moxie says, Tom, from the way the ring area looks like I think Imperium versus the Brawling Brutes are kicking off this show. There have been reports out there that say exactly what the plan is for opening and closing the show. As I say, we'll see how it goes. We're getting they're advertising at the moment most awesome weddings exclusively on Peacock. That, of course, being WWE. And I forgot a lot of the weddings being shown. I really did forget. Awkward. Steve says, I had guilty as charged and living dangerously from 1999 and VHS back in the day. Back in the day. What a time. What a time. Sean says, Chavo defeated Rey Mysterio in that match. Sean bringing the trivia. Great to see it, mate. Thank you kindly. I don't think anyone got Chavo, and I don't think anybody would without actually Googling it. Joseph says, hi Tom, could you see Becky coming back tonight? Maybe. Maybe. She is at least close enough to being cleared. I know she's exercising with full control of her arm. So at this point, it's very much waiting for a storyline reason for her to come back. The ladder match would be a logical way of doing so. I think it likely that Becky Lynch will be the 5th person in the Women's War Games match. So that would mean Bianca Belair, Alexa Bliss, Asuka, Becky Lynch, and Candice LeRae. Sean says maybe Becky is the White Rabbit. I mean, I'd love it and hate it at the same time, which is everything I love about wrestling. What you love, you also kind of hate. Megan says, I do have a little trivia. Extreme Rules 2020 was the last main roster Performance Center pay-per-view. They moved to the Thunderdome not long after it. Megan, as always, Stat Queen, bringing the stats. And a tip of the hat to you, our Queen. We are halfway through our pre-show. We have 6 matches on the card, and now seems a perfect time to start talking about what the betting odds are. There are potential spoilers in this, so by all means quickly mute and I'll give you a wave as soon as we are ready to come back. So, let's talk about the betting averages and the favourites at the moment for who will be winning what match. So at the moment, the favourite to win the Raw Women's Championship match is the champion Bianca Belair. The overwhelming favourite to win the Fight Pit is Matt Riddle. The favourite to win the I Quit match is Finn Balor. The favourite to win the 6-man tag match is Imperium. The favourite to win the strap match is Karrion Kross. And the favourite to win the SmackDown Women's Championship Extreme Rules match is Ronda Rousey. Now, of my predictions, this deviates in only one field, that being, of course, the Fight Pit match. Giving a wave for anyone who has muted to come on back. We will not be talking further about those betting averages, at least here on the actual show. You guys in the chat may choose to do so. That's up to you. I'm not going to kick anyone out for talking about something that I've just mentioned myself. Shabir says, hi, I'm Shabir from South Africa, big WWE fan. Wish we had a WWE NXT here. Can't wait to watch the show and Cena to come back. Cena might be a while before he comes back. I'm not aware of any discussions about a Africa or South Africa NXT planned. What I will say is that you will get you'll get shows closer to home, and I know that they are scouting that area for talent. If they're able to find enough talent that they want to sign, we will see an NXT there. Joseph believes that we know it's Bray. I can see Bray coming back tonight. We'll find out, Joseph. You stick around and we'll see exactly what happens. Kieran suggests should enable channel points on Twitch so we can gamble them on predictions. It's an idea. It's just that it's one of those where it's a lot of work for me to do that, in addition to actually leading the stream, to keeping an eye on YouTube, to tweeting and advertising the show at the same time. If I have someone interested in putting that together, a mod or something of that ilk, certainly that could be something that I would then choose. I'd swap over and I'd start enabling channel points because they're there, they're ready, we could make something happen there. Really, it just depends what you guys want. If you want that, that's certainly something that we can do. I just need to know who wants what. So thank you for the suggestion, Kieran. It's something we can look into. Jaden says, is Asuka storyline injured by Io and Dakota? Yeah, just pure storyline, pure kayfabe. She took a beating and she's feeling the effects. Hector says, Tom, you mentioned that you think Edge or Karrion would be logical opponents for The Fiend, but if he is continuing the whole going after people who's wronged him, I think Seth would be a good one. I think Triple H will make this feud matter the second time round. Okay, how to explain this? Seth Rollins does not want to work with The Fiend again. He was not at all happy with how that entire feud went. He is pretty much unwilling for that to happen again. It would take something monumental to be promised to him to make him agree to that, and given his position on the card, he does have that sort of power. Thank you very kindly, Brad, for following on the Twitch side as well. You've already followed on YouTube, and I appreciate you committing on both. I very, very much appreciate it. Megan says the 2020 show also had the only Extreme Rules match where the stipulation only applied to one person, Dolph Ziggler. Yeah, that match sucked. That show sucked. It was not a good time. Brad says, I meant was a good thing, the good thing that Bull James did with GoFundMe for her family. Could have been a little more specific with my comment about Sarah Lee. Yeah, that's a very good thing. I'm very happy to see the amount of wrestlers who've jumped in. I've sent an anonymous donation myself. I don't really need the attention for it. And beyond that, we'll move on. Gotcha, Sai. Sai said my hands up for the betting thing. Gotcha, appreciate it. Jaden says this will be a long night. It's just a pre-show and it's already 1:30 here in the Netherlands. Yep, at least it's only going to be a 3-hour show. We're coming up to Survivor Series, which will likely be 4 hours. It's going to get late. It's going to get late. Mike Brand, welcome. Says, gonna laugh when the White Rabbit is none other than Bad Bunny. Again, wouldn't hate it. I mean, you can't really complain at that. It's exactly what it says on the tin. Literally exactly what it says in the tin. You want a bunny? Here's one. You know? That works for me. Ray, welcome, says, if you could sign any women's wrestler from Impact for WWE, who would you sign? Rosemary. Wouldn't even think about it. In a heartbeat, I would get Rosemary into the WWE. I'd get Rosemary into AEW. Wherever I'm watching, I want Rosemary. She's the strongest female, draw for me for Impact. And in fact, the only reason at times that I've tuned into Impact has been Rosemary. I'm a big fan. Megan says, we also got the Wyatt Swamp fight, which was something that happened. Yeah, that, how to explain this? That sucked. If you would like to know my thoughts further on the Swamp fight, I actually engaged in a debate with a number of different people about that. You can check my debate with Rick Ucchino, Matty Paddock, and Stephanie Chase on that very subject. Ghost says, I have a fun fact. Liv vs Ronda is only the second Extreme Rules match featuring women to be featured at the Extreme Rules event, following Alexa Bliss versus Nia Jax in 2018. I don't even remember that match happening. No recollection at all. Mike Brand agrees, as regards Rosemary. Stuart, welcome, says, evening, Tom. Had you on from the start, just couldn't send a greeting till now. Respect, thank you kindly for that. Always a good thing to help with a few lurkers. Hello, Stuart. Great to see you, mate. The user says, I feel if they had Bray return tonight via video package, it would ruin it a bit. Agreed. But I think people are so excited, they'd probably go for it regardless. Jaden says, Sasha also returned on Extreme Rules last year, as Sasha has returned on a lot of pay-per-views, to be fair. I don't think we can hold that against her. Thank you kindly, Mike, for subscribing on the YouTube side. Every subscription does help and has a real big impact in the overall show and my growth. So at the moment, just on that topic, we have 23 people watching. We have 19 likes. Every little thumbs up makes a big difference. We also have a chat rate of 2, which is always a very good thing. The higher the chat rate, the more people come in. Had 168 views already, which is great for a 35-minute show. We've got many hours to go yet, after all. If you haven't done so yet and you're considering it, please subscribe. It does make a major difference, and you will get notifications when we go live and with extra videos. There'll be a lot more content coming, and I advise you to sign up to check it out. Kieran says the pay-per-view wasn't called the Horror Show for nothing. Oh, you're right. I forgot that too. The Horror Show at Extreme Rules. That was crap. Logan Paul, Roman Reigns, and most importantly, Sami Zayn is on my TV right now. I kind of just say, as long as there is Sami Zayn, life is good. Life is good. Mike says, did anybody know what The Miz did to Loomis for Loomis to be after him? It has not been clarified at this point in time. Dexter Loomis, not a big talker. I would imagine when we do eventually find out, it'll be Johnny Gargano telling us. Traffic says there's a good chance Alexa Bliss doesn't remember that match. I'm working with Nia. Brutal. Still read it out, but brutal. Ray says, I hope Extreme Rules will be as good as Impact Wrestling Bound for Glory was. I will see how it goes. I haven't watched Impact, so I can't say one way or the other. What I will say is there's no Kevin Owens, no Sami Zayn, and it's still very exciting. Still very exciting. The user says, what happened to the rumours of Sasha and Naomi returning? They went quiet, but they didn't go away. Negotiations are ongoing as regards Sasha and Naomi. To reiterate what I've said previously, Mercedes Varnado is focused right now on expanding what is going to be the Mercedes brand. You will have seen that growing and being announced the day after I reported it here on Spoiler Warning. Always worth checking out for exclusive news there. There is a number of different things being negotiated, particularly by Sasha Banks at the moment, as regards what she needs before she is willing to return, a potential limited date contract, the use of her actual name, and multiple things beyond are being discussed as we speak. Hector says, okay Tom, hear me out. I doubt it happens, but what if the White Rabbit is the first person of the Bray stable? Then they tease others in the coming weeks and months in a similar way. I'd like it. I would put Karrion Kross in that group. I'd put Judgment Day in that group. And then I'd put Aleister Black in that group. And then once that group is built and made, then I would introduce Bray Wyatt. Personally. Kieran says, Liv versus Ronda is the third Extreme Rules if you include Becky and Seth versus Baron and Lacey. A fair comment. Not a straight women's match on its own. It is very much if you include that one. But that is, of course, when Becky Lynch was hit by the end of days. Still a moment that gets a huge reaction from the crowd. And that was, of course, to make sure that Brock Lesnar didn't have to go through Becky Lynch to cash in on Seth Rollins. Bobster says, one of my favourite female wrestlers is Valkyrie. They have a lot of talent there. A lot of talent, particularly in the female divisions. Sean says, Roxanne tweeted Natalya asking her if she would come back down to NXT to defeat Cora again. I'm sure she would. After all, at the moment, she ain't doing nothing else. Bailey says, what determines which talent not appearing on the show up tonight in the back and which simply move on to the next venue? Triple H. Essentially, Triple H puts out a call and says, here are the people that we require to be in attendance for Extreme Rules. People tend to get that the day before. Now, everyone should be ready to go if need be. They're basically on call until that time. But Triple H, across the course of the days previous will have made it clear to certain people, you're not going to be needed, go and have a break. Madcap Moss, for example. Mike says, I still question why the WWE has not signed the Briscoe brothers. Could be great feud partners for the Usos. A number of different reasons. The main one is concerns about them backstage. Quite a few people in the WWE locker room have made it quite public that they're not big fans of the idea of working with the Briscoes because of certain backstage issues. At least that is the discussion point backstage. I won't say much more. But a few people are not keen on the idea. Barry says, putting Sami Zayn with the bloodline was a stroke of genius by whoever did it. That was a Vince thing. Ghost says, the Alexa Nia match wasn't notable. Biggest part of their storyline at that point was Ronda Rousey fighting her way to the Raw Women's Championship. It was indeed. She was there winning that brief... Oh no, she didn't win the briefcase. Alexa Bliss won the briefcase. But I do believe that was all about Ronda already at that point. Leo says, Tom, you said Sasha and Naomi's return was all but certain and didn't want to spoil it. Now you're reporting something different. What gives? I don't believe I'm reporting anything different there, but I appreciate you trying to call me out on this one. If you think I'm reporting something different, I want to know that so that I can respond to this. Sasha and Naomi's turn is all but certain. The WWE, particularly Triple H, is very, very confident that this signing is coming. They are talking about the nature of the deal. A deal in principle has been agreed, but the actual formal signature has not happened yet. Nothing has been actually signed, but everyone in WWE involved in this is confident, and the noises I'm hearing out of the camp of Sasha Banks is very positive as well. Simon says, really nice to see an amazing talent in Rosemary get a mention in the chat. I'm a big fan, huge fan of Rosemary. Sean says, as regards that Extreme Rules match, you are Sean. Becky sold the End of Days masterfully. She did. She completely face planted, waited a moment, then rolled out and died on the floor, which when you get hit with an End of Days, I speak from experience, you die on the floor. Marquez says, do you think that Bray Wyatt will return tonight at Extreme Rules? That is a great question. Megan says, I've been scrolling through Twitter and it looks like there's more than one person dressed as a White Rabbit walking around the arena. I've not yet seen anyone in the view that we have here, but there's a lot of Bray Wyatt masks, Bray Wyatt merch out there, and indeed some White Rabbits. Hector says, if the plan is to have the Usos hold the titles to Survivor Series, how about we have the Usos versus a New Day versus Panda Express? I think we're going to get the Viking Raiders involved soon as well, but I do think that'll be fight night. As regards the Usos, throw Imperium at them. Simon, I was born near Leeds. I was born in Hull. Ray says, I would sign from Impact Wrestling for WWE, Jordy and Grace, Masha Slamovich, Rosemary and Ty Valkyrie. Ray, the question was one. Which one person? Traffic says, as much as I love the Briscoes, if they joined WWE, they wouldn't be the Briscoes that everyone knows and loves. They would be very tame compared. Mike says, another theory I have heard today is White Rabbit is going to be the first member of the new Wyatt family, and the WWE is going to do it like WCW did the NWO. There are a lot more factions now. Does make sense. Simon is asking about Sasha and Naomi. Leo says, are we thinking that Liv and Bianca retain by horsewomen interfering in their matches? Charlotte costs Ronda and Becky costs Bayley. Not necessarily. Charlotte, of course, on the wrong brand for that one, though it doesn't really matter at this point in time. I don't see Charlotte being involved. I see Becky potentially being involved to even the odds with Damage Control. Ghost says, has anyone taken time to solve the crossword puzzle that's being passed out at the arena tonight? Not that I've personally seen, but the fact that it's a crossword puzzle is just hilarious. Like, we're going old school. Nothing says the Fiend Bray Wyatt like a crossword puzzle. Megan says, the pictures I've seen look like they're on the concourse and by the outside entrances rather than inside the main arena, which of course means they won't be visible. You'll just get a good old-fashioned viral marketing campaign. The WWE mastering the concept of going viral with this one. Good old-fashioned viral WWE. They know how to make a statement just by not making any statement. That tweet has 2,156 impressions and 61 likes. It's pretty good, that. Pretty happy with that. Sai says, last night's spoiler warning inspired my watch-along buffet. Huge cheesecake at the ready, and so it should. When in doubt, emergency cake. Mike says, I just want the old Randy Orton back, the legend killer, the evil guy, not the Orton that is RK Bro. The Orton that is RK Bro is very close to the real Randy Orton. He's at his happiest on this one. He's at his happiest. Kieran says, what does impressions actually mean? I get sometimes 100 plus on my tweets, but never a single like. Impressions mean people have seen it. People saw your tweet. Oh look, White Rabbit has appeared on screen. Interrupting Rosenberg. Is that a message to Rosenberg? Yeah, impressions literally just mean it's been on someone's screen. They may have scrolled straight past it. They may have clicked on it. But either way, it's been on someone's screen. No reaction to the White Rabbit vignette. They just decided that Rosenberg wasn't worth listening to at this point. Gonna tweet on that one now. Because you gotta keep the tweets coming, you know? Advertise the show. The White Rabbit clearly deciding it's not worth listening to Pete Rosenberg's opinions on Drew McIntyre versus Karrion Kross. By the way, just to be clear, there is a reason that this is a discussion of Karrion Kross right now when the White Rabbit has appeared. Pete Rosenberg, yes, I just had to double check the name. I just want to be certain on that one. Okay, oh, Kevin Patrick actually stepping in and stopping Jerry Lawler from discussing Scarlett there. I like that. I like that and I respect it. Kevin Patrick, the first commentator I've ever seen step in to stop Jerry Lawler saying something on the looks of a woman in a WWE locker room. He is officially over with me. I love it. I absolutely love it. Barry says, Masha Slamovich the last couple of weeks has been brilliant. Had no idea who she was before, but well done Impact for finding her. Could be a world champion wherever she goes. Not seen enough of it personally. Noob says, speaking of Damage Control, will Alexa Bliss and Asuka join Becky Lynch against Damage Control? Well, you're assuming that Becky Lynch is going to be there first and foremost. I'm not putting an assumption on top of an assumption. Kieran says, my followers are lazy and can't be asked to press like. That's not how it always plays. A lot of people just don't really click like. Like, a lot of people don't do that. But let's just have a look at this. So the tweet that I'm talking about has 65 likes and 2,432 impressions. Now it's got a number of engagements. That's likes, retweets, detail expands, profile visits. But if I look at that, 102 engagements. So let's have a look. 102 engagements divided by 2,432 impressions, which means I have a 4.2% engagement rate on that tweet. 4.2%. That's the amount of people who saw my tweet and decided to do something with it. Click on it, like it, even just linger on it. 4.2%. Not only that, but that's quite high for Twitter. Engagement rate, very low. So it may be something like that, Kieran, or it may be that you've got pretty much exactly what you'd expect. If you can look at some of your tweets and work that out, so just take the total engagements divided by the total impressions, see what you got. Megan says, a lot of people are saying it says, abandon all hope, he who enters here on the word search. Again, something I did share earlier. Ofa says, what the new leak? What the leak indeed, Ofa. How you doing, mate? Simon says, who did people in the chat prefer, NWO or NWO Wolfpack? With Sting, Nash, Luger, I personally preferred Wolfpack. I thought they were a lot better in my opinion. By the time we got to Wolfpack, the entirety of the NWO had outlived itself for me, and I was a bit sick of it either way. Hector says, I'm starting to convince myself that Joe Gacy would be a good white rabbit. He can come out each week and preach about how we need to embrace and let him in. I think if it is Joe Gacy, he'll definitely mention the words let me in, just to stop the crowd from booing. Trust the process after all. Traffic says, wouldn't mind the white rabbit being Scarlet coming out in bunny ears. Oh, I mean, mate, not necessary. Ofa says, what in the shit is a Donnybrook? Great question. Bailey says, how do you think Kevin Patrick will fare for a 3-hour show? I think he'll nail it. I think he's nailing it now, and I think he'll nail it from here. We'll see how it goes. Mike says, funny thing about the Bloodline, they don't have any say on who the WWE is going to let go. Although Naomi is married to an Uso, she was let go along with Nia Jax with blood to Roman. Naomi has not been let go. Naomi walked out of the company. She has not been let go. Kieran says, Jerry has always been creepy. Yeah, but nobody stopped him until now. Megan says, just had a look at some of my Strictly tweets. A couple of them have nearly 35,000 impressions, which is insane for me. Indeed. When you're following the trends, I tell you, you can get some hefty impressions. You really can. But the difficulty you've got is growing beyond that. Converting some of those impressions into actual followers is not easy. Jaden says, Zelina returned. What do you think she's going to do? Manage. She's going to be managing Legado del Fantasma. Kieran says, I've never liked a tweet on Twitter, so I'm the same. Well, there you go, mate. Some people don't engage. Some people genuinely don't engage. There's quite a few people who will pop up on my notifications every now and then. Literally just every now and then, out of nowhere. People who have pretty big followings themselves, but they're not regularly there. They don't actually look for my tweets. They don't engage much with them at all. And there's plenty of people who never engage with anything I do. And Kieran, if I can just recommend something, engage with my tweets. They're good. Barry Monkey says, one of my tweets was on BBC Radio 4 today. Cool, mate. That's cool. Moxie wants me to imagine a faction of Vince, Goldberg and Ryback, and I say to you, Moxie, no. Ray says, do you like the new commentary teams on each show? No idea. I've only heard one of them so far. Ethan, how you doing, mate? Says, hey, Tom, swag shirt. Thank you kindly. I am wearing my most extreme shirt, which has lemons on it. Joseph says, what match are you looking forward to watching the most? Probably Liv Morgan versus Ronda Rousey. Probably Liv Morgan versus Ronda Rousey. I just feel Liv can really show up in this one. It's up to the two of them to really make it work, of course, but I think they've got what it takes on this one. Simon says, Sasha versus Asuka from Extreme Rules 2020 Horror Show was an absolute fantastic banger 5-star, 2-star match, though. I much preferred the SummerSlam match between Asuka and Bayley, personally. Megan says, Donnybrook comes from Donnybrook Fair, which was an event held in Ireland from the early 1200s through to around the mid-19th century. Was known for being disorderly and chaotic. Disorderly and chaotic certainly seems to fit the agenda for this particular group of people. Works for me, you know. It's all I need. The crowd are chanting something. Chanting something. So here we go. They are discussing Seth Rollins versus Matt Riddle. At this point, feels safe to say Matt Riddle versus Seth Rollins will be the main event tonight. The main event tonight will, of course, be Seth Rollins versus Matt Riddle with Daniel Cormier as a special guest referee. Jerry Lawler has vanished. Completely vanished. And Booker T's just sidled over slightly. Not sure what actually happened there, but it's telling. It's telling. Kieran says, is this the first pay-per-view where only women's championships are being defended? I think it might just be. Certainly that stands out for me. Moxie says, it would be great Vince squashed Roman and Ryback and Goldberg squashed the Usos. No, you are wrong in every possible way. Ethan says, will the White Rabbit be revealed tonight? Maybe. A lot of people, Kieran, are assuming that Brock Lesnar will be involved simply because Daniel Cormier is there. That doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that would certainly be a hell of a match for Crown Jewel, I'll tell you that. Traffic says, do you think this will be the last match between them, Seth and Riddle? No. No, at some point I'm sure they'll tangle again 3 or 4 years in the future. Jason Watkins, how you doing, mate? How you doing? Says, good riddance to Lawler, and I have no issue with that as a concept. Stuart says Triple H with a big stage hook and yoinked him. He's very protective of his people, Triple H, and it's right. Ray says, have you ever met Rosemary? I have not personally, though I've engaged with her on Twitter, sort of briefly. Nothing major. Megan says, what I can see them doing is revealing a White Rabbit, but perhaps not the White Rabbit. I agree with that. I agree. Oh, thank you, Barry. I appreciate that, mate. I very much appreciate that. Getting some love on the old Twitter. I do have a special shirt, that's true. That is true. I do have a special shirt, George. Special. They're going into a big discussion on this main event. Kevin Patrick kind of proving his mettle here, leading this particular chat. Hector says, do you think we'll get pyro for Karrion Kross's entrance with the smoke to make him feel like a bigger event for pay-per-views? Yes. Yes, I do. I think Karrion Kross tonight will get the full entrance and be treated like a genuine big deal. I want him to squash Drew. That's what I want. I don't think it's going to happen, but that's what I want. Mike says, I think with Rousey being a heel now, she's not a heel now, she's a face now, she'll beat Liv and hold the belt till Flair comes back. She is a face now. Just, it's worth mentioning. She's getting cheered more now than ever. Joseph says, I think I'm looking forward to WrestleMania 39 next year. It's on my birthday. I have a special John Cena autograph from The Rock and Carmella. Well, certainly that's a good reason to be excited about it. Kevin Patrick just signed us off. 5 minutes still to go. Said, enjoy Extreme Rules. And we are going into our vignette for the Fight Pit. This does confirm that the main event will be Matt Riddle versus Seth Rollins. Considering this was a match that was pulled from SummerSlam, what a recovery. They've made the story matter. And honestly, sometimes that's all that matters. Megan says, question for everyone. Who do you think will be the longest and shortest matches of the night? Okay. It's a good question. I Quit match longest. Let's be honest, it's Edge. It's going to last forever. It's going to last forever. Shortest, I'm going Extreme Rules. Liv Morgan, Ronda Rousey. That's what I'm going for. Give me that. Give me that. Now, Megan, are you going to be keeping track of time? Because I know that's something you like to do. That's some of the trivia I enjoy, I tell you. So we'll know. I think the longest will be the I Quit match. The shortest will be the Extreme Rules match. Joseph says, could you see The Rock coming back next year? Maybe. Who knows? At the moment, there are no plans for The Rock to wrestle in the WWE. He just doesn't have the time. Ghost says, a moment of silence for Sheamus in his chest tonight. Moment of silence indeed. It's the only way to do it. It's the only way to do it. After the beating he took last night on SmackDown as well, he's going to do it all again tonight. Why would you do this to yourself, Sheamus? Why? Barry believes the longest... Barry agrees. Longest the I Quit match, shortest Liv. Mike says, I just hope they don't make Matt look like a chump tonight because this is his type of event. This is his type of event, and they've created this system for him. They've got Daniel Cormier involved. This should be something where he has a major advantage. Megan says, Sheamus' chest and Drew's back. Well, Karrion Kross is back as well. Lot of pain. Lot of pain. I think we'll set the whole thing aside and just say people are going to be in a lot of pain tonight. A lot of pain. Hector says, I love them having Ariel narrate the Rollins Riddle recap video. Picked his moment. Picked his moment. Sai says, I have a feeling there's already a story tonight. I wonder if Lawler walked or was hauled off. Well, if he was picking a fight with Kevin Patrick, being the only person to ever stand up to him, that may be why. Joseph says, will there be a Crown Jewel? What is it, a long night stream as well? No, there will be no watch party for Crown Jewel. I don't watch the Saudi Arabia shows. There is simply no moment at which I will ever watch a Saudi Arabia show. I watched the first one. I have not watched any since. That is my personal statement, just standing against the Saudi Arabia deal. Doesn't matter to the WWE, but I can sleep at night. I don't begrudge anyone who does choose to watch it. Each to their own, and I don't stand in judgment. I just personally choose not to. Ray says, I had a Twitter discussion with Courtney Rush, aka Rosemary, about Coronation Street. It's amazing how useful Twitter can be sometimes, and also how terrible Twitter can be sometimes. Twitter, as we know, is a tremendous dumpster fire, and yeah, it's also a lot of fun. We are 1 minute away from the beginning of Extreme Rules. We currently have 25 people in the YouTube chat and 25 likes as well, which is a beautiful, beautiful correlation. If you've not yet done so, please do consider hitting that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't already. We start the show with 1,681 subscribers. We are on a mission to get to 2,000, and in order to get there, we are looking at just over 100 new subscribers per month. It's perfectly doable. We've done that and then some for the last couple of months. Long may it continue. Let's see how it plays out. But we are 1 minute away from Extreme Rules. They're advertising a ride along with Mike and Maria Kanellis there. EC3 shown there. Drake Maverick there. I don't know what's happening, but I'm absolutely taking it. Absolutely taking it. Okay, a lot of commercials back to back now. I'd like to get to the actual show. Ooh, I have an image of the word search. We got abandon. I see abandon. All. Nope. Nope. It is harder than it seems. Hope. Abandon all hope. Ye. I realise that none of you can see this, so this will be very unexciting. As someone who prides himself on who? Enter. Yeah, I can see it. As someone who prides himself on at least trying to be entertaining, that has got to be the least entertaining thing I've ever done on stream. Why do I do things? I'm still learning. I'm still new to this whole stream business. Jason says, if Roman was on the card, I would have bet that his entrance would have been longer than Liv versus Ronda. I wouldn't go that far. It is Extreme Rules, but it would certainly be very long. Noob says, wrestling fans on wrestling Twitter who are on high school want to be edgy for the sake of being edgy. I don't think it's necessarily on high school. I think 40-year-old wrestling fans are still trying to pick fights. Sai says, no such luck with Lawler. He was doing a presentation of off-camera with cheerleaders. Wow. Wow. So the opening is Paul Heyman narrating a spelling bee. And a very terrified child who's undoubtedly going to get his head kicked off in a moment. You want a definition for extreme? You are too old to be worried about the word extreme, kid. You can do this. Yes, Jaden, I'm watching on WWE Network. When it comes to Raw and SmackDown, I watch on BT Sport. When it comes to the actual pay-per-views, I can watch on WWE Network, which is beautiful quality, no crashing, no issues, and very, very light on the overload. Basically, my PC can handle both. I don't need the PS4 for it. I use the PS4 regardless, but I don't need it. And I'm also not 4 minutes behind, as I have been in the past. Good times. Good times. Let's not forget, by the way, that this is Karrion Kross's in-ring debut. Well, technically, it's his in-ring debut as this character. We have strobe lights. So I said the kid of the spelling bee looks comically like Rollins. And he didn't know how to spell extreme. Loving the music already. They're really playing up the whole Philadelphia thing, and I think they're doing pretty good for it. Ghost says, the two-time spelling bee champ. Subtle brag, I know. Weird flex. This kid got this. You flex, Ghost. I've never seen a Ghost flex, but I believe in you. I believe in you. Me, I believe. He's got the E. Heyman's backing him. It is time to get extreme. And this year's Extreme Rules promises to be one of their most extreme in a very long time. We have an Extreme Rules match, we have a ladder match, we have an I Quit match, we have a strap match, we have a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match, and we have a fight pit match. 6 matches, Triple H continuing with what has become tradition at this point, pretty standard Triple H, of keeping the cards small. I'm confident Vince McMahon would have had 8 matches on this show at the very minimum. So we just have the 6 matches, no Bloodline, no Charlotte, no Sasha, no Kevin Owens, no Bobby Lashley, and yet, this still feels like a huge show. Huge. Michael Cole is opening the show, which definitely confirms that we're going to get a SmackDown opener. Ghost is, of course, extremely humble. Humble brag. Humble brag all the way. Humble brag. I'm interested to see how Philadelphia responds to this, because they have high expectations, and Paul Heyman's not even going to be there. Corey Graves is sitting alongside Michael Cole. Welcome to the show, guys. Welcome to the show. Michael Cole and Corey Graves will, of course, be calling every single match on pay-per-view. There'll be no rotation. It does mean... yes, that old picture of Sheamus. It does mean that a lot of people are going to be able to get some time off for once, which is nice. It's nice. Megan says, isn't it the blended booth for pay-per-views now, Graves and Cole for the whole show? Yes, it is, Megan. I'd imagine you said that before. They just announced it, but that is very much the plan. A good response to Sheamus so far. They finally updated the fight night to include Butch and Ridge Holland. A very good response there. Butch has just dived into the crowd. This is big for Ridge Holland as well. He hasn't been pushed himself. He's been in the background the whole time. But the man's getting over. Throw him into a singles match now, he'll get a very good reception. White Rabbit once again interrupting the entrance for Sheamus. Must be tonight, must be. Stuart says, use that video and music on NXT on Tuesday. I did not see NXT this Tuesday. I was doing parenting. Hector says the match is going to slap so hard. There is no downside to what's about to happen. This can only end well. Like, this can only end well. Whoever that is wearing the umbrella hoodie at ringside, I love you and I just want you to know that. Strong reception for Imperium. Negative, naturally. They're in the red this time. They tend to keep that for the big occasions. A little passion from Gunter. Not often you see that. Usually he's quite restrained. Good pronunciation of Gunter as well. Sheamus is still showing a lot of marks on his chest. A lot of marks on his chest. He hasn't recovered. Hasn't recovered at all. Jason says, White Rabbit, CM Punk, Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks coming to WWE as reported by MJF's cousin's best friend. Imagine if that actually happens. There is somewhat of a small whiteboard which says this sign weighs more than Pete Dunne. I love it. Absolutely love it. Bailey says Sheamus looks worn out already. You're not wrong. You are not wrong on that. Right, let's get a tweet out. Real basic. Let's put this through. Sheamus definitely hasn't fully recovered from the match at SmackDown yet. But here we are, going to war all over again. What a hero. I've just actually recognised the suit that Corey Graves is wearing, and now I need it. That's my take from this match so far. I like that Gunter and Sheamus have immediately gone for each other. They haven't screwed about with anyone else. They know what the crowd wants. They are just going to war. Ooh, tag team offense there from Holland and Dunn. The Brawling Brutes are taking the ascendancy here. They have taken charge from the off. They're going for Ludwig Kaiser. They are going to war here, doing quite a bit of damage. Gunter is back. Gunter is chopping Pete Dunne. The camera missed the chop. Not particularly happy about that, but we get what we get. Traffic says, I already feel bad for Sheamus. That chest is just going to be done for after this match. I agree. Jermaine says, see the Brawling Brutes winning this match tonight to keep the feud going between the two groups. I personally do not. My prediction here is Imperium. I don't think there's the feud still going. I don't think there's a rub coming for Fight Night. I feel this is all about establishing Imperium, and I think they're doing a great job doing that. Jason says, what a great opening match. It definitely is the perfect way to start a pay-per-view. You know this is going to get rough. Jermaine says, I love this. It's loud as hell here in Philly where I live, and I'm watching Extreme Rules. I'm so lucky I was not aware you were there watching, Jermaine. Glad you're having a great show, man. Megan says, how does Ludwig Kaiser manage to look more ripped each time we see him? This man isn't real. The man be buff. And you know what? I love that about him. All three of Imperium now issuing a beat down to Sheamus. He would not go down under Kaiser and Vinci. It took Gunter as well. Giovanni Vinci, angry about a stool. When you're angry at your stools, you need a doctor. Megan, I've already read that. KJ says, what's up, Tom and chat? Welcome, KJ. How you doing, mate? Great to see you. It is a hot start. There's been very little messing around. Ooh, not great camera work again. Sai quite accurately saying the camera's missed 3 shots already. As soon as these cut shots change, the better. As long as Kevin Dunn is there will be no change to that. Triple H has not quite got his wish yet. A barricade is down. I don't think that barricade was meant to come down, but the barricade is down. At this point, it is just a beatdown happening on Sheamus. He's going through something. Is he going through the bar? I could see him going through a bar. We're getting zoom cuts for the chops. They don't need it. They don't need it. You're just guaranteeing I can't see anything. And I don't like it. Hector says, good to see Kevin Dunn is on his A game already tonight with the stellar angles. Jason says, Sheamus' chest just threw in the white towel. Is there any chance we could actually film the action rather than zooming around it like an ADHD cheater? A bit crazy, you know? A bit crazy. Ghost says this is only the second old-fashioned Donnybrook match in history. How this match wasn't around during Finley's time in WWE is crazy. Is this the match that McIntyre and Sheamus had? Not way back when, but back when. Ross, how you doing, mate? It's really interesting to see where they go with a White Rabbit angle. Tonight should clarify something. Something. Simon says, hey Tom, just in Twitter, everybody's saying Sasha and Naomi are returning because of Booker T's comments, maybe the 2 White Rabbits. Well, obviously, the second anyone in WWE says about a potential return, the people that you follow start talking about Sasha Banks. Doesn't surprise me. Sai says the barricade just broke the Extreme logo in 2. No way that was meant to happen. I mean, it could have been meant to happen later. Claymore through or something like that. Lots of possibilities, but I definitely don't think they would ruin their own branding. This match, very much the Rich Holland showcase so far. Which I'm happy about. I will take it. I wouldn't mind just getting a moment where it's Rich Holland and Gunter one-on-one in the middle of the ring and Rich Holland just taking chops. But it looks like he's about to get a serious beating, so maybe not. Oh, brutalized. Ludwig Kaiser did not land well there. I don't think he cleared the apron like he was aiming for. Imperium really know where the hard cam is, don't they? Like, they really know where the hard cam is because they keep going back to it and it's beautiful. They know exactly what they're doing. Butch surrounded, goes after the biggest dog in the fight. I love Butch. Just overall, he's a great character. There are times when a name change works, and it's usually when a character change also comes with it. Butch isn't all that like Pete Dunne, so it works. Ghost confirms the first Donnybrook match was in fact McIntyre and Sheamus. Yeah, as I recall, that's when they got the flags for Sheamus wrong. Good times. Good times. They also haven't fixed it yet. Again, they know where that hard cam is. Jason says, I'm so glad Imperium is a thing again. Stuart says, Scrappy Doo in human form. Still true. Still true. It will never not be accurate. Ghost says, also just saw a picture of the WrestleMania 40 logo, which will be in Philadelphia, tagging you in it now. Appreciate it, Ghost. I'll check it out. KJ says, I like Butch. I feel Butch is better for main roster than Dunn. I like Butch, and I think both men work, but I feel Butch is better for what we already have. Pete Dunne is a great wrestler, and that's true, but being a great wrestler isn't quite enough. He was known in NXT and the like for basically just not being emotional. and now he's an absolute firecracker. It's a very big deviation. Sheamus is up. And Gunter is sending people to him Ninja Warrior style. Vegas says, just leaked Naked Midian is a White Rabbit. I miss Naked Midian. That was a weird time to be alive. KJ also loving the Mania logo. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Is it beautiful? That's quite nice. WrestleMania XL. It's not a great name, but I'll certainly take it. We just have Sheamus and Gunter in the ring together. Everyone else effectively at this point eliminated. Imperium likely to get up first. Traffic says, I like how there's no tagging since it's no DQ rules. Never made sense when they would make them tag before. I like a tornado tag match. That's basically what I was expecting, a tornado tag with a few weapons. It's exactly what we've got, and so far, I'm very happy about it. Jason says business is about to pick up. I would love it if Sheamus did get some revenge, I just don't personally see it. The fans are really behind Fight Night. Really behind them. Ross says, I prefer Dunn over Butch, just from the name perspective, but it doesn't really matter. He's excellent regardless. And that's the thing. If someone's entertaining, the name don't really matter. A Sheamus chant coming from the crowd. I have just seen a White Rabbit mask in play. Donnie Darko style. Sheamus is beating the hell out of Gunter. I'm still not quite there. Gunter is now just getting kicked in the head by Pete Dunne. Like literally just kicking him in the head. Like you are actually just kicking this man in the head. Butch, mate, what are you doing? Like a bit much, mate. Calm down. We are back to just Gunter and Sheamus. See how long that lasts. Holland and Butch are still in and around this. They're just picking their moments. Hopefully right now they're playing blocker. It feels like this match is actually starting to come to a finish. It's very early if that's the case, but not out of character, not out of keeping with Triple H. There is no chance Sheamus is going to hit this brogue kick. Gunter's checked his eye and had a quick look at the people around him. He hit the brogue kick. He hit it. Vinci with the splash off the ropes. Beautiful move. That, of course, is what Gunter was checking for. We are back to all-out war. Jason says the sign of a true professional is taking something that's stupid on paper. Hey Pete, we're going to call you Butch and have you run around like a lunatic and making it work and work well. I mean, for years we were cheering a literal funeral director, an undead funeral director at that, you know? Sometimes weird things work. It's wrestling. Weird isn't a bad thing. Butch just dove out of the ring from a drop kick. He flew there, and we are back to just the two of them. But Sheamus still has the better of it. KJ says, I feel a babyface Sheamus will be over just as much as Orton. He is now, but fans love him. He's putting the work and being around forever. I agree, and I do feel that moment is coming. Roman Reigns has a lot of potential challengers. Gunter is one of them. Sheamus is definitely one of them, given where we are right now. And these guys have sort of come from nowhere. Ghost says, I believe XL are the Roman numerals for 40, so it makes sense. It does. That's fair. Maybe the Roman numerals are also making a comeback after next year's Mania. Well, that's something Vince didn't like. He wanted it just to be called WrestleMania, but it didn't work. Didn't work for SEO, I'll tell you that. The match is still going, but I do feel like it's coming to an end now. A lot of people down in the ring. Ludwig Kaiser just breaking a genuine piece of wood over Sheamus' back. That wasn't rigged. It was nice seeing Corey Graves react in the background to that one. The first "This is awesome" chant, I don't think it's going to be the last either. Literally exactly what it says on the tin. This is exactly what we're expecting, and I'm so happy this is exactly what we've got. The tag teams have started grappling. Gunter and Sheamus still down. Nearly getting stamped on several times. Gunter is now calling a shot. Don't do the headbutt spot. Don't do the Suzuki spot. That's dangerous. Don't do it. Well done. We are going strong style with these punches. It's a shame we can't see any of them because of the camera work. Literally, we're not seeing any of these impacts. Ross says, great match so far. I can only agree. Both these men and both these teams continue to deliver. There's nothing to be sick of. There's nothing to be unhappy about. We're just getting great, fun matches. Here we go, 3-on-3, neither side willing to give an inch. Oh! I wish the camera had caught that. Because then we might have been able to really mark out for it. If only the camera had caught it. Again a save, and Gunter was worried about that one. Tables? We're going for tables. It's early, but of course Roman Reigns isn't there, so we can't say no tables. As is his wont. Ludwig Kaiser is mugging for the fans. Fans want tables. I don't think Sheamus is going for a table, and he's not. Rich Holland already back. Kaiser down. Just every time a big move happens, they start scrapping. Lovely catch. Almost too good a catch there for Butch. Almost too good. His slowdown was incredible. Sheamus is getting back up. I love how much this feels like a football match. In that we have the quarterbacks, the main players, and then two blockers on either team. They're just trying to get these two men in a ring again, and as a fan, I'm all for it. Gunter is armed. He's got a stick. Man's got a twig. Gotta be careful. Clothesline over the throat. This is of course how he won the Intercontinental Championship match. I don't see this being how he wins this one. Megan says this feels like a real fight and a good way to start the show. The crowd are going to be hot after this, I tell you that. I'm struggling to think of anyone who was being used so perfectly after a debut as Gunter is being used right now. Putting on great matches, Intercontinental Champion, calmly building up to main event status. If this match was a main event, I don't think anyone would have been upset. Dunn going after Gunter's fingers. Holland with a headbutt. Oh god, this is getting real. Oh, lovely attempt at the kick. Lovely attempt at the kick. Literally shillelagh to the head, and then he threw it at the referee, who's just like, what are you doing? You hurt the referee. Of course you are, Thai. Of course you are. Shillelaghs are now in play. Fight Night are in the driving seat. Not sure Imperium can come back from this one. KJ says Gunter has yet to be pinned. Indeed, the only time really he was Walter and not Gunter. Oh, Gunter's going for a table. Sheamus has got him. Little wriggle, but he's not going to stop it. Straight through the announce table. Gunter down. Oh, this is good. Go says, the rumours are true about the order and time allotted for certain matches on the show. I feel bad for who's next. Well, says it all, doesn't it? KJ says Gunter is an underrated actor. I like that he just had a little wriggle whenever he's in grip. Just a little wriggle. I think here's our finish. Giovanni Vinci is set up to get Bro kicked. And that'll be the end of it. Unless Vinci can pull someone into the way. Bro kick it is. Sheamus covers. That'll be it. Fight Night pick up the win. To be clear, in the betting odds, Fight Night were not the favourite. Imperium were the favourites in the betting odds at the beginning of today. If you'd put money on Fight Night, you would be a richer person than you were. Rich Holland is actually crying. Hell of a match. Incredible match. The table spot, absolutely beautiful. Just beautiful work by everyone involved. And that's our free. Fight Night actually got something back. Good moment for everyone involved. I'm very happy with that. They got at least something out of this and managed to make something very spectacular of it. They've earned the right to be proud of themselves for this one. Can we have more Donnybrooks in future? Fight Night and Imperium just put on a masterpiece. I will never grow tired of Sheamus versus Gunter. And they walk out shouting banger after banger after banger, which I believe are Butch's first words on the main roster. Could be wrong. Not really paying that much attention, but still. Hector says, I think KO had a great call-up as well. He confronted the then face of the company. That was a big deal at the time. Very true. Very true. And he was also an Intercontinental Champion shortly after. Sai says, pleased with the coverage all six got there. Must have been so tempting to focus on Gunter and Sheamus. Type of match that builds careers. Rich Holland had some very good moments in there as well. It's very fair. KJ said, please allow Sheamus to not work a live event tomorrow. Yeah, just let him have a sleep. Let the man sleep. Go says, is Sheamus yelling banger after banger after banger? Yes, indeed he is. Alongside the rest of Fight Night as well. Oh, we got options, mate. We got options. We got good stuff happening. Now, I'd imagine we are right now getting a commercial break on Peacock because we're getting a hype package for Bianca Belair. There's a lot about how she grew up, how she became Bianca Belair. They did sort of give the game away by putting the word Blair on her chest, which is of course her actual surname. What did we think then? Is that going to be the end of it? I do feel at this point Sheamus moves on. Maybe day one against Roman. Maybe Fight Night and a few allies are the ones in the War Games. I don't think anyone could begrudge them that. Put Fight Night in War Games with Kevin Owens and Drew McIntyre against the Bloodline. I will take it. I will be thrilled with that concept. Like, there's plenty of other people, but I don't think there's plenty of better people. Kevin Owens is putting that one over. Just says that ruled, and he's absolutely right. He is watching at home at this point in time. I'd imagine he would have been very happy to get involved in that one as well. Hector says, I didn't see the rundown for the show, but I feel like the White Rabbit thing will be before the Liv Ronda match. We'll see how that goes. The Miz is backstage being interviewed. We'll not talk about Dexter Lumis. No sign of Ciampa at this point. Sai says, early positives. What a match. Early drawbacks. Camera work is out of control. Worst I can remember. Yeah, it really stands out how bad the camera work is at the moment. Jermaine says, called it. Here at the home of Extreme, there's no way the Brawling Brutes were going to lose. I just felt that this match fits them. They are very much putting them into a very advantageous situation. It's only right that they managed to pick it up. Sai says, we have a good bunch in the chat just to keep the positives on top. You are not wrong there. Go says, happy birthday, Miz. Indeed, happy birthday. Isn't it great that you're working on your birthday? To be fair, he may have recorded this previously during Raw. Is that a white rabbit? The Miz has seen something. It's not what I was expecting. It's not what I was expecting at all. It is the idea that that's going to be Dexter Lumis underneath. Gritty, the name's Gritty. Interesting. The Miz with his rainbow slippers. Sparkly. I said rainbow, I didn't mean that. I mean glittery. Glittery slippers. Gritty be mad. With his googly eyes. Right, as with Clash at the Castle, we are a half an hour into the show and we've had one match, which means we have a half hour for each of the following 5. Pretty standard there. This has become the Triple H way. KJ says, big pop for that thing. Fair. And Traffic says, best part of the opening match when everyone comes out looking better. There are many, many ways to get over, and getting over in defeat is the way to do it. Hector says I was wrong. Next up, we have Extreme Rules, SmackDown Women's Championship, Liv Morgan defending against Ronda Rousey. And gotta be honest, I'm hyped for it. I'm hyped for it. It's a difficult spot though. Considering what we've just seen, they are going to have to really push hard for this one. Bailey says, how soon before Gritty returns and it's Dexter Lumis? Well, that might be the end of our show tonight. That'll be our main event, really. KJ says, agreed, Ginger. Also, there's a bunch of factions that they both can feud with. Ginger? Who Ginger? Moxie, I won't go far as saying best match of the year. I do think Volta versus Sheamus Clash of the Castle does exceed it. Gotcha side. Gotcha side. The mascot was a ginger, not Sheamus. Although Sheamus is also ginger, it's worth mentioning. It is always worth mentioning the gingerness of a Sheamus. I'm still not quite over Liv Morgan's speaking voice when it comes to the challenge for Extreme Rules. It's very different. It's not what I was expecting from her. We are 31 likes to the good with 20 viewers and 650 views so far. More than half the show still to go. Thank you everyone who's joined in this chatting so far. Thank you kindly for supporting independent wrestling journalism like mine. We have several people here who are currently channel members or channel supporters. I want to say thank you to all of you as well. Every donation, every support, every like, every subscribe means the world to me. I never believed for a moment I'd actually be able to make even close to a living doing this. Even close to a living doing this. And I'm not there yet. But I'm certainly closer than I ever expected to be. As I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, I'm earning more money from this than I ever made during my time at Sports Keeda. Large part of that is individual donations. I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's donated. But also, people here, just here, while ads are running. Sometimes that's all it takes. And I'm very grateful to everyone who has been so supportive over the 2 years nearly that I've been doing this. We will do an anniversary show in January. So I think anniversary shows in January, birthday shows in July. It's all I really need, isn't it? It's all I really need. Jermaine says, I hope Fightful was wrong and this is not going to be a short match. That would not do Liv Morgan any justice. That would really destroy anything about her title reign. I do expect this to be the shortest match. It depends. If this match is 10 minutes, but 10 minutes of brutal, huge spots, I don't think anyone's going to be upset. But if it's 10 minutes of lockups and trying not to throw a baseball bat around, then I'm not convinced. We've got to see how this one goes. There's ways it can work even if it's a short match. And as I've said before, if you can't have a great match in 15 minutes, you can't have a great match. Let's see how it goes at this one. Si says, Tom, you're doing a great job. We're not here as a favour. We each get a lot from your coverage. Thank you. Appreciate that, Si. Appreciate that. I also really appreciate how supportive everyone was when I wore a suit jacket yesterday. That was lovely. Thanks, guys. Let's go Extreme. We have 2 championship matches on this show. Both of them are women's championships. We have Extreme Rules to start with. I'm very interested to see what sort of response we get from Liv Morgan. For Liv Morgan, I should say. Ronda Rousey coming out first to an interesting response. Little from column A, little from column B. I didn't expect her to get a great reception in Philadelphia. It doesn't work. KJ says, curious to see how crowd reacts to Liv. I know how my Philly people are. They're going to blow for Ronda. Never mind, I'm wrong. Yeah. Mixed reception. I don't think it's overtly negative, but it's not good. She also has the word submit on her arse. She's playing up to the crowd now. I like it. She needs to do that more often. Oh, there's another Halloween film coming. Great. As I said it before, I'll say it again. They struck gold with this ring announcer. Agreed. The enthusiasm there is brilliant. She's really got the growl, the guttural growl in her voice. Samantha Irvin, I believe is her name. Okay. That's a worse reception. That's a worse reception. I love the attire. I love the gear. That's a terrible reception. Because that's not huge boos. That's just a lack of caring. And when the fans don't care, that's when we have a real problem. When fans don't care, that's nearly impossible to come back from. Ronda at least got boos. Liv Morgan didn't get too much of anything. So says, I forgot pay-per-views equals Ronda panda makeup. She has her own special makeup artist employed by WWE. Bailey says, not much of a response, which is absolutely correct. Let's see how we go at this point. Much stronger boos there. Much stronger boos. A strong response, but a negative one. Liv got some cheers there. Okay, that's the job of the ring announcer. Get the crowd going. Try and get something hype happening. I think she's done a good job there, hyping up Liv Morgan. Let's see how it goes through the match. Jermaine says, I'm here at Extreme Rules. It's Liv Morgan versus Ronda match. There's no cheers. Just beautiful, both of them. I really feel like the crowd doesn't know who the babyface is or don't care. It's not been made clear. It's a very fair comment. It's not been made clear. Hector is enjoying the Joker-inspired Liv gear. Okay, so we've immediately got grandstanding. Morgan wants her baseball bat. Ronda's not letting her get to it. I don't want that to be the story of the match. She's gone straight into a submission. She's got a firm grip on Liv there. She's bullying Liv here. Another submission move. And she has her bat. That turns out is going to be the story of the match. Okay, let's see what you can do with the baseball bat. Immediately it gets caught and taken off you. That's not a surprise. As a general rule of combat, by the way, if someone's trying to swing something at you, just step towards them. As soon as you're within the arm, they can't possibly hit you. Ross says, I'm not sure why the fans don't care for Liv. I thought she's done okay. Not expecting Becky level responses, but I like what she's done. I agree. I think Liv's done pretty well with the opportunities that she's had. But she has been booked to escape from harm rather than to win in any sort of convincing fashion. Which is exactly what's happening now. She's running away from Ronda. Ronda's kind of selling. We're getting somewhere. Liv with a baseball slide. That's not going to pop the crowd because she gets immediately caught. She's not looking strong, Liv Morgan, is she? Ronda is dominating her. With ease. With absolute ease so far. Ghost says, why does Liv keep trying to swing this bat to Ronda when Ronda is fully capable of snatching it away from her like a parent takes away a kid's toy? I don't know. It's silly. What's Liv got? Fire extinguisher. Classic. As soon as she got fully covered up, you knew she had something. Can that turn the tide? I don't think it does. And it's already back to Ronda again. Liv can't get any offense in here. Anything she does lasts for all of 2 seconds. KJ says, Morgan looking for White Rabbit under the ring. And there's the bat. So, this is how it's going to finish, is it? Sai says, I could be wrong, but it sounds like they're booing the match and not the wrestlers. Nothing much, but fairly consistent. Yeah, this is just people who don't care. And I can't sit here and blame them. I really can't. You live with an enziguri. Are we actually going to make something of this? What can she actually do? Ross says you'd want the champion to look stronger here, even if it's a loss. You would. The last match, Imperium lost, but they won't suffer for it. Like, Imperium still come out of it looking good because they put on a great match. I believe the crowd are chanting for tables. They're not going to get it because the one table that they had has already been broken. And they got to save something for later. This match is all about the baseball bat. And now we've got straps going. This is just very, very awkward. She's got her tied there. Not too convincingly, but convincingly enough. There is a welt on Liv's stomach. This has got to hurt. And that's the best Liv's got. She's just trying to survive at this point. There's a point at which we're just going to have to say she's already dead. Just call it, she's already dead. Hector says, in your opinion, Tom, how have you felt about Ronda's run in WWE thus far? Initially, I loved how they presented her. Lately, the way she's been booked has been confusing and odd. I like what they're doing with Adam Pearce. It feels impactful. That said, everything involving in and around championships has been completely flat and unnecessary. What they should have done is given her a year with no championship, just having exhibition matches. Wouldn't have been difficult. Liv Morgan cannot get this table working. There we go. I also didn't hear a pop for the table, which, given that that's what the crowd were chanting for, you'd hope we got. Traffic said to their credit, they did have to follow up that banger of an opening. Very true, but they could do better than this. Ghost says Ronda should just break the bat and move on. This cannot be the only story of the match. True. Bailey says Ronda doesn't really wrestle. Makes it tougher for any opponent, especially Liv, to make it more than it is. Ronda does wrestle. She has a number of wrestling moves. She has a number of brawling moves. She wrestles more than I'd say Sheamus or Gunter do, for example. Gunter is mostly high impact. Ronda does more actual wrestling moves than Gunter does. So I would debate that personally. Jermaine says, damn it, Liv. Jason says, wow, the wind got knocked out of this PLE very quickly. Yep, you're not wrong. This is just incredibly awkward. I think everyone just feels bad for Liv. It's not a case of underdog and wanting her to succeed. It's a case of this is kind of awkward to watch. Ow. It just feels really difficult to watch. Sheamus is once again celebrating his 5-star bangers. At this point, I just feel bad for Liv Morgan. She spent her entire title reign barely escaping, and now she's being mauled by Ronda. It's just awkward now. Hector says, to your knowledge, Tom, was this feud planned prior to Triple H taking over or no? Yes, it was. This feud was primarily booked by Vince. KJ says, I think once they turn up pace and keep it going, they'll be fine. Yeah, but they're running out of time. This has been slow pace and awkward the entire time so far. Botch. Don't try it again, Liv. Don't try it again, Liv. She's trying it again. Oh. Again, all very awkward. Ghost says, I'm not saying stop the match because of its brutality, I'm saying it because I want it to be over. A small amount of the crowd are trying to get a Let's Go Liv chant going. It's not working. That was a very weak chair shot. Liv. Just very, very weak chair shots. It's not extreme, really, Liv, is it? That's not a code red. That's not a code red, Michael Cole. I don't think your heart's in this one either. Bailey says, the first match, banger after banger. This match, struggle after struggle. It's just very awkward viewing at this point. The crowd are trying to get behind them. A number of botches. I think Liv is supported. She's not booked very well at all, but there are supporters out there who want this to work for her. It's just that when you're in a match with Ronda Rousey, you don't get much. You need to be a Charlotte Flair. You need to have an ego. in order to take anything from it. Ghost says this match has been going on for 10 minutes. Nothing notable for a good reason has happened yet. I like how you phrase that as well. Plenty notable for bad reasons. It's a slow, it's botchy, it's laboured. Liv has had little to nothing to actually work with. She's covered in bruises. I give her credit for that. She's trying to get the crowd going, but she looks emotional. She looks like she's breaking down a little bit. Big senton, flat landing, Ronda through a table. Does she have any chance here? Nope. And straight into a submission, which the camera missed. Bailey says, sadly, this may be one of the worst pay-per-view matches to sit through in a long time. I won't say in a long time. There's been some bad stuff early this year, but tit slap. Liv Morgan trying to deadlift. That would have hurt. KJ says they have to turn it up and keep it going. They're not going to, mate. They're not going to. That was them turning it up. This is a submission that made Morgan tap previously. I don't know what they're going for here, but it's very, very awkward. She's trying to grip something. It's not working. I don't know what they're even going for. Liv seems like she's fading. She's trying to smile while she goes out, but she's going out. Match is over. Well, huge boos. Hector says it feels like they have no chemistry, is quite awkward. Jason says it's approaching Rollins versus Fiend level of terribleness. I hate to have to say this. This could have been a huge moment for Liv Morgan, but I'm really glad that's over. They're trying to call a pass out rather than a loss, as it were. It's funny because I made the tweet earlier. At this point, I just feel bad for Liv Morgan. Spent the entire title reign barely escaping. Now she's being mauled by Ronda. It's just awkward. Andrew Delapi says, watch her win. FK World Peace says, bad spot was brutal, but she's gonna win. Nope. That's not what happened. Oh, they're trying to put focus onto the smile as she went out, but she just didn't get a good angle for it. That was entire championship reign was not great. Bailey says that was an awful finish. Poorly shot on the camera. Yep. Traffic says that was something. Pardon me. Go says that match was officially 12 minutes and 22 seconds of unadulterated bad chemistry. Yeah, that just wasn't good. Hector says, I feel for Liv, didn't deserve that finish or put through this feud. She's been given nothing this whole time, and we can't blame it on the previous incarnation. Triple H booked that. Triple H booked that. Billy says that was anticlimactic. Yeah, it just sort of ended awkwardly. Jason says, does this mean we will get another match between these two? Hopefully there wasn't a rematch clause. No rematch clause. I would like them to keep them separate, but the whole... they hyped up the fact that Liv didn't tap. I'd rather they just stop talking about it, to be honest. KJ says, wonder, is it possible they'll continue to push Liv and have her win it back sometime next year? Yeah, probably. Liv Morgan's not going anywhere. She had her first championship reign. It was better than a lot of people's first championship reign. But it was very much a she's not good enough to be in this position championship reign. That's what the booking told us. Someone clearly doesn't have much faith in Liv Morgan to hold championships. And we have ourselves a Saudi Arabia hype package with Logan Paul. Well, as I say, it's over. It's over. Let's all just try and move on. Hopefully the next match is better. It needs to be. So it says just an odd match where the smoke and mirrors actually made it worse, overcomplicated, and both were exposed. It wasn't even very extreme, was it? There was a baseball bat. There was a table. There wasn't much. Jermaine says the ending to the Liv Morgan versus Ronda Rousey match clearly sets up Liv as a babyface and Ronda as a heel going forward. Not sure on that one. Ronda won clean. I don't understand how you'd call that heel. She won clean. Sean says I still don't believe that Ronda pitched to lose to Liv at SummerSlam. KJ says they have to establish her. I feel Liv would have benefited against Charlotte and Becky. Charlotte definitely. She has pinfall victories over Charlotte before in tag team matches, but still, they could have worked with that. Becky, she's already worked with. That's what got her to this level. Hector says, where do you go with Liv from here? To keep her towards the top of the card, I say have her beat Charlotte upon her return and give Ronda Shayna. I don't see her staying near the top of the card after that, I tell you. That is not a top of the card performer. She hasn't been booked to be taken seriously there. It's just not the case. Next up we have our strap match, Drew McIntyre versus Karrion Kross. My hope here, to be blunt, is that Drew McIntyre gets squashed. I think that's necessary at this point. Sorry, Drew McIntyre gets squashed, Karrion Kross squashes him. I think that's necessary at this point because, let's be honest, Drew McIntyre has been destroying Karrion Kross on the regular for weeks now. Moxie says that was so bad. Sean says heels have won clean before. Yes, they have, but he doesn't set her up as a heel if she wins clean. I don't understand how it would have set her up in that regard. Ghost says Liv's reign officially clocks in at 98 days. Not bad for her first reign as far as length goes. Storytelling throughout it was just lackluster and disappointing. Moxie says, in my opinion, such a bad match, full of botches. Yep. To say the championship reign ended with a whimper is a bit of an overstatement. It couldn't have ended much worse than that. That was just painful. Now, of course, God of Wrestling on Twitter says, I think this match goes a long way in getting Liv more over. How? Literally, how? She just got destroyed. There was no competition there. She barely put up a fight. She's barely put up a fight for the entirety of it. The entirety of it. She barely put up a single fight at any point. It's not quite good enough. Jason says, I agree, Tom. A Karrion Kross domination is needed for us to take him seriously. Otherwise, he might as well put the gladiator outfit on again. Yeah, he's been undermined heavily by Drew McIntyre, and you're going to see that in this hype package. The hype package is just Karrion Kross getting beaten up. Ghost says, I wouldn't be shocked if Liv ends up taking on a Harley Quinn type of character, especially because of the focus on the smile. I wouldn't be surprised either. That certainly suggests Liv would be going heel, though, which is something I've been talking about for a little while. Billy says, usually whoever stands tall in the go-home show loses on the pay-per-view. Hopefully that's in the case in this match. That is not usually. It's about 50-50. The WWE have conditioned people to think whoever stands tall in the go-home show loses. It's not the case. It's about 50-50. Jermaine says, let me get this straight. Liv Morgan should have passed out at SummerSlam. We will never have this problem. So to fix a mistake, WWE decided to do the right ending tonight. I won't say the right ending. Liv Morgan escaped with the championship, got a win against Shayna, got a bit of a longer championship run. Ronda got a couple of weeks off, and now here we are. Sarvesh says, Ronda versus Shayna should be saved for Mania 39, not Becky versus Ronda. Yeah, that's not as big time as Becky versus Ronda, not even close, mate. Stuart says, usually quite like Liv, but that was horrible. I like Liv. The match was terrible. I like Liv Morgan. I think she can really deliver. I think she's massively improved in the last year or so. That match was terrible. Fair enough, Horsey. Fair enough. How you doing, mate? The go-home show indeed. The crowd don't seem very enthusiastic about this show now. Hopefully Drew McIntyre can wake him back up. He got a good response. I don't think it's good enough. Hector says, okay, Tom, here's a first potential chance of a White Rabbit tie-in. Also, I'm glad they're letting Karrion come out second. If it's Bray Wyatt, there is certainly a possibility that this would be the match he'd be involved with, if he's involved in a match. Bailey says, I wish Shayna got a championship run, but WWE doesn't see her as a brand ambassador that its champions generally are. I don't think that's the reason. I think the reason is she's just very far from championships right now. She's being dragged down into the mud. Horsey said, I've been here, Tom. Just been lurking while I saw that non-extreme match. No worries, Horsey. If you want to lurk, just lurk. Everyone is welcome to lurk. I love a lurker. But please remember, if you are lurking, hit that like button. Leave a lurker like. That was a weird phrase. I like a lurker. I love a lurker. And I love a like as well. And please remember, if you've not done so yet, hit that subscribe button too. We're currently 1,683. We are looking at the end of this month to be on 1,800, so 117 away at this point in time. We are trying to get to 2,000 by the end of the year. We do, of course, have Survivor Series, which will drive some traffic. But every like, every comment, every donation will have a massive impact on getting people into this show and making people aware. We currently are on 754 views. Megan says they've done it again. All the first half matches are from one show, all the second half matches are from the other show. I did not spot that. So we're starting with SmackDown, we're ending on Raw, even though we did change the commentary to be fitting for both. We have Smoke, we are getting the full Karrion Kross entrance tonight. Of course, the question mark here is, will Drew McIntyre actually get out of the ring? Because in order to get the full entrance, Karrion Kross and Scarlett need an empty ring. But Drew McIntyre has not been respectful enough of Karrion Kross to get out of the ring and let the man have his moment. Kross and Scarlett, as we know, look incredible together. They enhance each other's... Happy 30th anniversary Mortal Kombat. They enhance the presentation massively. Drew McIntyre is not getting out of the ring. Could you potentially just let Karrion Kross have a moment? Just one moment? Like, this is harming my perception of Drew McIntyre here. Just get out of the ring. Give him a minute. Just give him a minute. Scarlett keeps looking over at him. She's not happy he's there. Traffic says, I hope the White Rabbit doesn't get involved in this match for the simple fact Karrion needs to win this on his own, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a White Rabbit here. I think we're going to see Karrion Kross defeating Drew McIntyre. They missed Scarlett going between his legs. They missed it. Why can't you just step out of the ring for a minute? Is that a lot to ask for? Because I don't think it is. Hello, Andy Barr. Welcome to the show, mate. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Patrick, welcome, mate. Says Ronda Rousey claims to be happy being out of the title picture, yet she wins the SmackDown Women's Championship. Patrick, winning championships is not up to her. She's booked how she is booked. She may have been trying to send a message to the bookers to say, I don't need to be in the championship picture. Leave me alone. They did not listen. I'm hearing the crowd, but I'm not seeing much enthusiasm there. Let's go to a wider shot so we can see if people are actually going for it. KJ says he could just move over. He should have gone out of the ring. Savage says, that creepy smile of Liv tells me she will turn heel sooner than later. Rob says, getting in a bit late. Have we noticed a bare ring post? I had not. Rob's with showing off there. There's bare ring posters there. I dare say the ring might be getting a bit broken then. Cross is refusing the strap. Okay, so what we've learned about Karrion Kross so far, he will only actually start fighting someone when there's a distraction. Great. I'm learning the man's a coward. KJ says it isn't Ronda's choice to win titles, which is absolutely fair. Kevin says, how was the Ronda Rousey versus Liv Morgan match? Bad. Just bad. I don't really want to talk about it. It was just bad. Ghost says, Scarlett's attire is very nice. Kind of want to borrow it for my Christmas family picture. Would everyone in the family be wearing it? If you're going to go like the whole way, you know? Horsey says, my thoughts on White Rabbit is we see someone, we think it's White Rabbit, then at Raw we get a breadcrumb. Basically first of the new faction, Bray will be the last one, but not yet in my opinion. I still think breadcrumbs, yeah. I said a while back, a couple of weeks at most, but I said a while back, it's all breadcrumbs at this point. They've realised people are tuning in to learn more about the White Rabbit, and they don't really care about delivering because why would they need to? They don't have to deliver. People will still tune in. Rob says the opener was well worth the price of admission. I agree, but it needed to be. KJ says, I noticed the ring post too, but it was like that for Clash, and plus maybe the fight pit won't allow the LED poles. That's a fair point. A cage is going to come over them, so maybe they did need a bit less room. Cross's hair doesn't really scream badass to me. Especially with the parting going down in curtains a little bit. Cross just hasn't been presented very well so far, has he? Ghost says, my 72-year-old grandmother will be wearing this outfit in her wheelchair. We are a fierce family. I mean, I can't question that. Would be fierce. Also says, I think we'll see someone tonight though, Tom. This will be a faction, not just Bray. KJ says, surprised a fan hasn't pulled onto the other side of the strap. I mean, that would be funny. Every time we see the announce table, Corey Graves is way back here, and Michael Cole standing just as close as possible. Billy says, if only there was a Scottish woman to help Drew against Scarlett. Why would he need a Scottish woman? Why does it need to be based on nationality? I'd rather just see someone who has been feuding with Scarlett in some way. That would work. I'd rather that. Why does it need to be someone Scottish? Cross is at this point getting beat up. I expected that drop to be on the steps, but apparently not. It was right there, KJ. You're absolutely right. So McIntyre, I imagine at this point, is going to strap up and strap on to Karrion Kross. Oh, there's a tweet. There's a tweet. There's a tweet. Karrion Kross has equipped the strap. Nope, that's not working. Has finally got the strap on. Just leave it there. Just leave it there. Finally got the strap on. Could go a lot of ways. I think most people won't see what I've done there, but it'll go a lot of ways. Kieran says, if Drew wins now, this sucks even more for Kross after getting the advantage. Yep, he cheated to get the advantage, lost the advantage, and is now just getting whipped. In what world is this good for Kross? Did he come back just to go way down the card? He's losing this heavily. Ross says, I'm glad they removed the four corners rule for the strap match and it's pinfall or submission. They removed that a while back, as I recall. It's a good thing. Scarlett once again providing a distraction. McIntyre just barely involved at this point. Just every time there's a distraction, just taking him out of the match. Also says, did I read someone right that will change commentary for Raw matches? Nope, they will not be doing that. It is solely Cole and Graves reading out all of the commentary for pay-per-views. Jason says, Scarlett's outfit is extreme. Who just said stupid son of a bitch? Because I heard them. Cameraman about to get a bit whipped? Nope, he's surviving. He's surviving. Just about, he's surviving. Cross is having his way with McIntyre. With the strap on. Cross with the strap on, having his way with McIntyre. It's all very classic heel stuff. Nothing particularly fancy here. Cross just making his point. Scarlett naturally celebrating on the outside. A couple of people got the strap-on joke. Bray Wyatt is still trending. Yes, Cole drew the chosen one. That's a part of his life he wants to forget. Rob says, thinking out of the box for a moment, Cross and McIntyre would be quite the impressive looking tag team if presented that way. I would agree with that. Certainly be a force to be reckoned with. Not sure how Scarlett would fit in, but she'd find a way. Kevin says, Ronda Rousey's best match right now is the I Quit match. I think there's a lot of good matches from her first run. I liked her work with Nikki Bella. I liked her work with Sasha. And I think she did very well at Survivor Series with Charlotte. Her second run, nothing's really standing out. She's been a bit too dominant for me. KJ says, Cross's hair flares out worse than Punk's. He looks like a 90s pop punk. What's that guy from Bowling for Soup? The lead singer there. That's what Cross is reminding me of right now. What's his name? Ghost says Karrion's current run so far is eerily similar to his first main roster run, except for the introduction of the Scarlet Factor and the removal of the kinky gear. If Drew wins, why did Cross come back in the first place? Great question. I don't see it happening. I'm comfortable saying that Cross is going to win, but he's not exactly winning convincing. And also, I'm upset that, like, why have we got to rule out kinky gear? I mean, he's got a strap on. Maybe this would have been the time to get kinky. Ross says, Scarlett looks fantastic. Hopefully we'll see her wrestle soon. I agree. I do agree. Scarlett can go. She just hasn't had a chance to do so in WWE yet. She wasn't signed for that purpose. Wasn't signed for it. I do like that the camera keeps panning over to Scarlett, just celebrating though. She's very good at the background acting. Very good indeed. McIntyre is being tied to the ring and then whipped as well. That's got to hurt. He's got no room to actually get any purchase. That's just going to be painful. I always think there's obvious ways to win matches that nobody considers. If it's a strap match, it's no DQ, right? Just choke him out. Literally, put the strap around his neck and just choke him out. Eventually, the ref will have to stop the match. I've always thought in a ladder match, don't try and climb the ladder. Take a chair, take out their knee, continue taking out their knee, continue taking out their knee, continue taking out their knee, take out their other knee, continue taking out their knee. Why would you climb the ladder in a ladder match? It's no DQ. Break them, make the ref stop the match. That's how it should always be. Jason says, I don't know if I've ever seen Scarlett wrestle. How is she in the ring? She's good. I wouldn't say she's a horsewoman level, but I don't know if she's been training to improve. I think she's relatively inexperienced, and I think that's the most telling thing. Hector says, is it me, or does it feel like Drew isn't giving this feud 110%? Feels like he's just getting through this to get through it. That's the feel I get as well. That's the one for me. Gavin says, the best part about Ronda Rousey versus Liv Morgan Extreme Rules match was it was not the main event. Yeah, that would have been a real awkward end to the show. Kieran said, the duct tape around the legs in a last man standing match is my favourite one. Agreed. Toru Yano in New Japan tapes people to somewhere in the crowd and just leaves them and wins by count out. Still a win. And I love that, man, just to be clear. Traffic says, I can't tell if Cross is getting decent heat or if they're booing the match. I don't think he's getting much response at all, to be honest. Scarlett's getting more heat than Cross is, I feel. Oh, my TV's going to turn off. No, you're not. Ghost says this match itself is a great replacement for the kinky gear. You have people spanking each other while Scarlett's screaming in pleasure in the background. Very sensual, if I do say so myself. Andy Barr says, I'm so glad Cross returned. I really think he can be a top heel. He needs to win. He definitely needs to win. McIntyre is giving him very little in this feud. And in fact, he's just up and beating him up again. Cross has not looked good at any point during this entire feud. Even if he does win this, it'll be seat of his pants and he'll be lucky. It's just all very awkward. I can see this turning up on Pornhub at some point. Cross gets an elbow in the corner. Drew says no. He's not been allowed to get anything. Cross has had brief sustained offense, but it's always because of Scarlett. Kevin Owens just tweeting, live rules. Right way to do it. Hector says, imagine if this is your first time seeing Karrion Kross. They're not selling him as a big deal going forward. They've made it clear he's not on Drew McIntyre's level. It's Liv Morgan booking. There's just been no attempt to put him over. Because of the distractions, it's not even an even match. And now the punches are slowing down. It's just... I don't think the fans are that excited for this. It's just not very fun. Oh, and we're on the whipping. They're both going to whip. Ghost says Scarlett was a missing factor before. Now it almost seems like Karrion cannot get any type of advantage in a match without her. Seems like a special ingredient that pushes him from ordinary to extraordinary. I don't think he's extraordinary at the moment. He's got Scarlett, but he still doesn't seem extraordinary to me personally. Yes, I know who that is, Horsey. Sai says, I like how the Extreme Rules branding extends onto the crowd lighting. Not important, but it shows how the mind wanders when you're bored. Wow, Sai. I mean, I can't argue that. We're just seeing whipping. We're just seeing whipping at this point. No, Horsey. No, he's not. Carrier does have some sources within the WWE. However, he does not have as many sources as he thinks he does, and he presents them in a way that's massively derogatory and has made him incredibly unpopular with the entirety of backstage WWE. The information he gets is clearly coming from someone who has a serious grudge against the company that they actually work for. So, I'm never going to be backing this guy. Scarlett has blinded Drew McIntyre with, what, pepper spray? This is Karrion Kross. That's ridiculous booking. Ross says, Kevin Owens putting people over. Drew could learn something from him. I'm Scottish and want Drew to do well, but he doesn't need to here. Jason says, that was no good. Brandon said, what did I miss? 2 awkward matches. Just awkward matches at best. Brandon, you're coming in at a time when I expect the next few matches to be great. But this was bad. Hector says, the guy is supposed to be a sadistic killer, wins only because his lady blinds his opponent. Great. Yeah. Karrion Kross continues with the baffling booking. He can't get in offense, even when attacking from behind without Scarlett. He can't win without Scarlett. Even when he's actively choking Drew, Drew doesn't get choked out. This is not the return many fans were expecting. It's not very fun. It's not very fun. Yes, Brandon Cross did win. Bailey says 0 for 2. Ugh. KJ says the next 3 matches will be great. Was Vince right about this dude? I don't think it's him. I think it's the booking. Like, it's very clearly the booking that's an issue right now. And Triple H is booking this. Triple H is booking this, and it's bad. I think we can officially say that without really worrying. Triple H is booking this. It's bad. Traffic says it's so garbage. I want everyone to keep the same energy they had towards Vince's booking and treat Triple H the same when he does stuff like that. Girl says I agree. I've never been a Cross fan. I will say this. Even though he's not in the company anymore, the loss to Jeff Hardy last year really killed any momentum the Cross had. And I don't think he's been able to recover because of the bad booking since then. I would agree. I would agree. This feels closer to what we already had. It's not great. It's not great. Ross says, terrible finish. If Cross is due to face Roman at some point, he didn't look credible there. Nope, nothing close. Nowhere close. I'm assuming right now this is a vignette for the I Quit match. I'm assuming so. Jermaine says, I love it. This match shows that Scarlett is the brains and Cross is the muscle. It's why the two of them together completes the act. The two of them do work well together. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true, and I agree with it. Doesn't change the fact that Cross clearly cannot stand on his own 2 feet. I would question the idea that he's the brawn, to be honest, because he don't seem to be able to get the job done. Just does not seem to be able to get the job done. Right. So we have 3 matches, just over an hour and a half, potentially more from The Miz, and, in addition, potentially more from a White Rabbit. Potentially. Kieran says, I hope Finn wins here, but is Edge really going to say he quits? Only way I see it is if Rhea beats down Beth and doesn't stop till Edge says, I quit. Andy says the ending was disappointing. Drew have enough push to lose cleanly. I agree. Drew's been pushed real hard, and yet he's so heavily protected. As regards Finn Balor, I do see him winning. The Miz is being introduced again backstage. I do see Finn Balor winning, but I do see someone throwing in the towel on behalf of Edge. Stuart says, anyone thought that this is a result of the rumoured injury Drew is working with? Doesn't exactly put crossover very well. His normal moveset has the potential to hurt Drew more. It's not an impossibility. I wouldn't go there myself. If he was injured, they would have made it a shorter match. They wouldn't have used a lot of that offense. And honestly, they'd have probably given him a proper beating. Yes, Traffic, you're absolutely right. Maybe more from The Miz. Okay, so we just saw a random vignette during a Peacock break about Edge coming back from retirement. And after this match, we'll also see Edge talk about coming back from retirement in the vignette for the match. So we've seen it 3 times during the show. Next up, we have the Raw Women's Championship ladder match between Bianca Belair and Bayley. This will deliver. We are finally back to a level at which things might actually start going the way that we want them to. This has to be able to deliver. You know, it's funny. Used to be a case that I'd be watching a pay-per-view and whether I'd like it or not, I'd still be hosting it. In a watch party, I'd be saying, I like this, I don't like this. This so far feels like half and half. It's Triple H's worst show so far, but Triple H has also set very high standards. Might tweet that one, see how much people kick off at the idea of Triple H getting some negativity. Bianca Belair and Bayley seems guaranteed to deliver. Guaranteed to deliver. A ladder match works if it's going to be overbooked, and it's going to be overbooked. There's going to be a lot of different people involved here. But no White Rabbit as of yet. Still plenty to look forward to during this one. Let me put that out there and see what happens. Oop, something happened. We are still getting talk about the hype package. The hype packages are getting longer and longer, I swear. Okay. This is the worst show Triple H has put on so far. Admittedly, he set an almost impossibly high standard. Let's see how extreme the responses get on that one. It's been a while since I've had just some unconditional hate. I miss it. You know? I miss it. It's Twitter. Nobody actually cares. Let's see. Moxie says this isn't NXT carrying Cross. You're absolutely right. KJ says this turns into a 6-woman ladder match. EO will fly. Yeah, I mean, I think the ladders are mostly for EO Sky, I should say. Although I expect Bianca Belair to do a backflip off a ladder, possibly into a powerbomb. I definitely expect that. Moxie says if this Cross faces Roman for the titles, I think he would get destroyed. I completely agree. Traffic says first match has carried this show hard so far. It has. It has. If we get any more stinkers, it's going to be a problem. If, for example, Edge versus Finn Balor is just an overbooked mess that lasts like 50 minutes, that's going to be bad. Ghost is giving us an update on the trends. Extreme Rules is currently trending number 1 in the US, alongside Ronda and Cross, as well as Sheamus at number 10. So if you want some impressions on your tweets, just throw Extreme Rules in there, talk Ronda and talk Cross. Hector says if they want to bring back Sasha and Naomi, have it be here. Damage Control could beat down Bianca, and right before Bayley grabs the title, boom, their music hits. My personal preference would be for Sasha Banks and Naomi to actually be on Bayley's side. I think if we're going into War Games, Damage Control alongside Sasha and Naomi is a beautiful combination of unbeatable people. Bayley is coming out solo. She has gone for a slightly different look. That is all I will say. There is a guy beside that says even the Shockmaster wouldn't fall for you, and my god, I love him. Lots of ladders, like lots of ladders here. Championship is too high for any of those ladders. I see Damage Control signs. I see an In Bayley We Trust sign. She looks a little anime. We are being introduced to Nikita Lyons at ringside, who just happens to be there. Stop it, Bayley. Thank you. It's not fair. I am not going to The Undertaker's one dead man show. Like, why would anybody want to do that? Kieran says, I'm waiting for my stream to catch up to see Bayley. Hopefully you're able to, mate. Hopefully so, because she's altered her look slightly. She's looking at the championship. She is not the favourite to win this match. That said, that doesn't really mean anything. Imperium were favourite to win the first match. Bayley says, why is Nikita there? Just introducing her. She'll be called up shortly. They believe she's ready for it. Hector says, the real reason why they're putting Cole on every PLE is to keep the Bayley-Cole feud, obviously. Not obviously, Louise. They made a point of focusing on the same person in the crowd twice there from different camera angles. That was just awkward. It was especially awkward considering the woman looked a little bit like Marjorie Taylor Greene, which, again, just awkward. Bayley is in the ring as well. She's been instructed to get back in the ring by Michael Cole there. So maybe I was wrong to say that about Drew McIntyre. Lost my mind a little bit there. May I owe him an apology. There we go. Adam Cole Bay5 says he's going to deliver with Wyatt at the end. Don't see it. Mickey B says the first match was incredible. Last two matches have been poor. However, I think Bianca and Bayley are about to have match of the night, which is a good way of putting it forwards. Very good way of saying it. A little bit of respect there between Bayley and Bianca Belair. I think they've lost track of where they were. Strong reaction to Bayley. Love to see it. She's already attacking Michael Cole, which is going to get her cheered. She needs to stop doing that. Jason says, I'd like to see Toxic Attraction get called up before Nikita Lyons. It depends if they're needed in NXT more. Billy says, haven't heard Cole mention Banks in a while until now. Michael Cole's not afraid to say what we're all thinking, which is apparently Sasha Banks. I mean, a lot of people are thinking about Sasha Banks. No backup is currently in and around the ring. That will not be lasting. Here we go. Bianca Belair in the blue, Bayley in the red. I love the little character there. Did they just say the first ladder match was Shawn Michaels Razor Ramon? Because it wasn't. It was Shawn Michaels Bret Hart. It just wasn't televised. We've already gone into combined cross bodies, which is awkward. They're both immediately down. Jason says, not a fan of the Damage Control name. Doesn't make sense for heels. Shouldn't they be creating damage? True, that's a fair point. It doesn't quite fit the aesthetic that they're going for. I don't hate it, though. That's become a catchphrase, hasn't it? I don't hate it. Maybe I should get that on a t-shirt. Just, I don't hate it. Speaking of t-shirts, Sai and I are working on some designs. When I say Sai and I literally mean Sai. He's doing all of the work involved. We're working on some potential spoiler warning designs for t-shirts, if anyone's particularly interested in that. I understand they're probably not going to be the biggest sellers. I'm not expecting them to sell any at all. But why not have an option, you know? Why not have an option? Thank you, KJ, for the clarification. He mentioned it's the first televised ladder match. Jason says a female NWO would be cool. Would be. No reason not to do it at this point in time. Even just a female-led bloodline, which is essentially what they're going for at the moment. I'm not sure, Jaden. I didn't personally catch it. By all means, ask Billy. Awkward landing there from Bayley. The ladder was supposed to go through, and Bayley... So Bianca Belair had to put the ladder through for no reason. Like that. That was just a bit awkward. The pace is already a lot higher than the last two matches, I tell you that. That's why the ladder needed to be put there. Lovely clothesline there as well. Thank you, Ross. Appreciate it. Bayley busy bullying a kid. Modern day MJF right there. I honestly never thought that Bayley was going to be this good a heel. I'm pleasantly surprised to find that I was completely wrong. I can hear one person chanting for Bayley and it just seems awkward. Belair with the landing and then just completely ignored the fact that Bayley existed. Oh, vaulted. Bit of speed going on. Gotta do a cough, excuse me a moment. KJ says, I hate Bayley falling through or over ropes landing. Makes me cringe because of her injury. Her injury is to the knee, wasn't it? She's mostly fine at this point. I'm not aware of any recurring damage. We've had a backflip, but not a backflip on the ladder. Bianca, you're not going to... What is it? Why are faces so dumb at times? Bayley's still in the ring. Did you honestly think you were going to be able to get up that ladder? What are you thinking? Hector says, Bayley running down everyone is so damn great. She's such a treasure. Ghost says, if someone doesn't do a Hardys or Lita-inspired spot in this match, especially considering how much Bayley has stated that she loved them in the past, I'll be surprised. I expect to see Io Shirai doing the Lita moonsault. That's what you're looking for. Jaden says, isn't the title a little too high? Yes, the ladders on display are not quite tall enough to reach it. Very careful body slam there to Bayley. Bianca protecting her. I think that's a cut on Bayley's elbow. Bayley's left elbow just there. I think there's a cut there. Let me know if I'm right. Kieran says, same heel Bayley's... Same. Heel Bayley is so good. I hope we never see those flying tube things ever again. Agreed. Bayley will not be moving backwards to that. No matter how many fans are looking for it. Chimichanga says Liv versus Ronda and free face palms. Which I get. I can't argue with that. I get what you're saying. Clyde says, hope all are enjoying Extreme Rules. I know I am. Well, I'm glad you are, mate. I'm glad you are. Ghost says, why are they grabbing all the small ladders? Well, because that's unfortunately a tradition for ladder matches. You're supposed to be so dumb that you don't realise that there are bigger ladders that are an option. I mean, when you're walking down the ramp, you should probably spot the bigger ladders. Or, let's look at this more positive and less cynical. I've been cynical there. Kieran says, even the small ones need some loving. And they do. We've just had the moment of Karrion Kross finally getting his strap on. And now we're quite rightly saying even small ones need some loving sometimes. Sai says, the crowd sure woke up. They did. Took them a while to get there, but they're there now. That was a decent sunset flip powerbomb. That obviously all came down to Bianca's jump, and it works for me. Kieran says, it's not always about the size of the ladder, just how you use it. Well, if you can't reach your destination, maybe it's the wrong call. Bayley seems to have found a slightly bigger ladder. Set it up terribly. She set it up terribly. What does the tape say? The blue tape around Bayley's wrist says something. I'd like to know what that says. KJ says, Bianca sells so good she just froze herself. Maybe a bit of an oversell, but it works. Is that the case, Kieran? That makes sense. Bayley knew her to my knowledge. It is a slight oversell, but it's not to the level of, for example, Ember Moon oversold a little bit more. Some people loved it, some people didn't. I always find that, honestly, from the people in the ring at the moment, it's a perfect example. Bayley, for me, is the perfect sell. The perfect sell. Everything she does is clinical. She moves her body in the right directions, which sounds silly, but it's not. Sounds silly, but it's not. Hector says, it's crazy that there's only 2 matches left after this. These 6-match pay-per-views definitely was the right move. Triple H knew what he wanted and he made it happen. I believe I reported that she just destroyed someone's sign. And honestly, they're pretty happy about it. They were in very sparkly attire. I would laugh if that's her parents. Yeah, I reported right after Triple H got the job that pay-per-views would be getting made shorter. He likes to work with a smaller group of matches. He likes to make them all stand out from each other in some way. It's something that's very different from Vince. What does the sign say? Why didn't I... Jesus Christ, the camera work is terrible tonight. That's the biggest heel. Lovely elbow drop there from Bayley. Lovely. I'm sorry. Do the people in the crowd have a backup EST sign? I think they have a backup EST sign. Jaden likes her attire. Megan says this is actually the 3rd women's one-on-one ladder match in WWE. First 2 were in NXT. Io Shirai and Mia Yim faced each other in 2019 and Shotzi faced Raquel Rodriguez in 2020. Each time it was who got the advantage in that year's War Games match. Maybe that's still the plan. Bayley has broken a ladder. I don't know why. But apparently that's enough distraction. Kieran says, I was looking back at Extreme Rules 2018 earlier today. There were 12 matches, which is way too many. Yeah, Yeah, because then none of your matches get more than 10 minutes. It's just awkward. I don't really recall that one. What happened at Extreme Rules 2018? Kieran, tell me more. KJ says, ladder didn't give it all. They have another. They do. I don't think the ladder was meant to break in that particular instance. There'll be better moments for it. That's a weird camera angle that they just chose. That was awkward. Kieran says the Io and Mia Yim match was insane. The bump Mia Yim took to the outside was crazy. For a moment I thought Asuka and Nikki Cross had one, but then I remembered that it was actually a last woman standing match. Just heavily involving ladders. Also a good time. Bianca's in a good spot at the moment. Another ladder is going into the ring. Corey Graves says, now's not the time to be picky, but you still need one big enough to actually get there. So maybe now is the time to be picky. Bayley's selling the arm. Sorry, Bianca's selling the arm. Too many B's going on. Bianca is selling the arm. There's an interesting reaction to her setting this up. There were a few boos there. It's hard to compete with Bayley. She's got... she's definitely one of the more popular women on the roster at the moment. Again, like, the other woman is still in the ring. Lovely catch by Bianca. A catch and a carry. Trying to climb again. At least she got Bayley down. That's different. I think Bayley's going to kick the ladder out. Yes, she is. Very effective. Bianca throws herself out of the ring very convincingly. I quite like that. Corey selling it cleverly there. KJ says, I thought damage control was coming, hence the boos, but guess not. I think there's a few people there who just aren't really sold on Bianca at this point in time. Maybe think she's had a bit too much, and maybe think it's Bayley's turn. It is Bayley's turn, I just don't think it's Bayley's turn yet. It was a heavy landing from Bianca. See it on the replay. Bayley is armed with a boomerang. I stand by what I said. Bayley is armed with a boomerang. You know what? I'm tweeting it. I'm putting it out there. Bayley is armed with a boomerang. I didn't even say boomerang, I said bomberang. Okay, now we've got to have some interference because Bayley has been put out there. Bianca's heading up the ladder and she's heading up there quick. Here we go. I hear people. It's cheers. Cheers for damage control. The crowd was happy to see damage control arrive. But here's where the booking starts to get crazy because you know Asuka and Alexa Bliss are going to get involved, but Michael Cole has just said they're both injured. So who have you got? You got Candice LeRae. Oh, they're overselling it. Bianca without an ally in the world, you say? Well, I can think of someone. Or maybe Bianca doesn't need them. Are we going for a double kiss of death? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Bianca don't need no help. She's not quite got the grip she's looking for. She does the best she can. She does the best she can. Credit for you there. Megan says, I stand corrected. It's the 4th. I forgot about Dakota Kai versus Kaylee Ray. It's all in NXT, isn't it? You can tell there's Triple H book in this one. Bayley's back in play. Damage controller out of action for the moment, but I can't see that lasting very long. I gotta say, Dakota Kai, pretty much the hero in that one. The grip she had on Io Shirai, particularly tucking the head as she went, she basically led that. Bianca just had to sort of twist him over. She gave him enough leverage. Dakota Kai doing everything to protect Io Sky there. The change in name's going to annoy me. Bayley screaming, "I don't suck," in the good old-fashioned Kurt Angle style. I don't suck. I don't. For those who don't know, Kurt Angle has been a singer on a WWE album. He literally sung the phrase, "I don't suck," like 15 times. It's a great song. I highly recommend it. Rikishi also had a song. He put a little ass on it. Put a little ass on it. Bayley losing the ladder. She's trying to pin Bianca down. It's just not working. Where's her backup? She got up from a KOD pretty quickly. And she's had to wrestle a whole match. Where's her backup? Right, so it seems pretty clear Bianca Belair's going to do the push. She's waiting for a moment. Arms in play. She's struggling a little bit. Here we go. Bianca Belair pressing the ladder. Bayley's already trying to climb down the ladder to get herself in a good position. Quick roll. Well played. Oh, they've got a sky cam. I love a good high camera. It really made Bayley's cell look a bit awkward there because she landed and then was like, over it. Traffic says, I remember the Kurt Angle Cena rap battle. Kurt was gold there. He's actually sung a lot of songs. A lot of songs. If you remember, he's just a sexy Kurt. He'll make your ankle hurt. Kurt Angle was great, man. I miss him. Horsey says, and thank you, Horsey. If you haven't given the stream a like, everyone, please do. Every like does help the growth of the channel and really does help me get closer and closer to a point of full time. We have 36 likes right now and 905 views. Every like guarantees more views. Of course, if you'd like to donate, I would very much appreciate that as well. It really does help me to create more content. Bayley in ascendancy, but Bianca's not down yet. It really does help me create more content. So please do consider throwing a donation if you'd like to help support the channel or become a channel member. £5 a month, sorry, £5 a month, or a channel supporter, just the one, so £12 a year. The pound nowadays is basically just $1 anyway, let's be fair. Horsey Mrs. Sherry, that's fair, fair. Yes, Doug Knight, I was right about Liv. I didn't want to be, but that's what I saw. What's Bayley doing with the ladder? This KOD's not going to work, mate. What are you even trying to do here? Why would you hold a ladder knowing that was going to happen? She held on there. Is that it? It's got to be it. She's there. Bianca Belair retains. Crowd goes wild. Bianca Belair has retained. Bayley, despite having damage control with her, has lost. Thank you, Horsey. I appreciate that. A super chat of £5 and a message. Great show, Tom. I very much appreciate it, Horsey. Thank you kindly. It does go towards more content and basically greater time spent on the growth of the YouTube channel. Every donation makes a massive difference and I really do appreciate it, mate. Jason Watkins says, and still, turns out Bianca Belair didn't need no help. Didn't need anybody. Bianca Belair can beat damage control solo. Yeah, Sai says, Bayley's jaw connected horribly with the ladder right at the end. Yeah, she was holding onto her mouth and we haven't seen her since. Oh, her mouth is... Blood here, blood here. She's not doing well. KJ says it also smashed onto Bianca's ankles. Hector says if they could book Liv to be a big deal like they do Bianca, she feels unbeatable as champ. Yeah, well, Liv is not champ anymore. Yeah, Bayley doesn't look great at this point in time, but I'm sure it's not a serious injury. Traffic says, you called Bianca winning? I didn't see it happening like that, though. That's exactly how I saw it going. I saw it being massively overbooked though, and it wasn't quite. Horsey says, I have my own YouTube channel, so I know the work that goes in, Tom, and it's appreciated. Thank you, Horsey. Appreciate that. Every little helps, and of course every donation of like £5. That's a pretty strong donation. I very much appreciate it. Jason says, throw a mask on Bailey and you got yourself a female Kane. Same attire. Firstly, Jason, you're absolutely correct. And secondly, I was also a big fan of Kane's midriff always being exposed. I feel it completed the look. Also, he says, apart from Rousey, every match has gone opposite for me. I've got one wrong here. So I'm 3-1. I called Imperium for the first match. Which is good, because at Clash of the Castle I got every single one of them right, and I didn't feel good about that. I know I'm a wrestling fan, I know I've watched a lot of wrestling, I know I speak to a lot of people backstage. I shouldn't have them all right. Peacock right now are just showing a vignette of Roman Reigns, which I can't blame anyone for. Hector says, so Ronda Bianca Survivor Series, who do you see winning? I don't necessarily think that match is coming. Unfortunately, I really don't. If the match does happen, Ronda will be winning though. She won't be dominant as she was, but she'll be winning. Girl says, I thought we would have seen a run-in on Bianca's behalf, but I'm not too upset that she managed to fight off Io and Dakota on her own. I'm currently 4-0. KJ also 4-0 for me. So far, I almost switched to Liv, but I kept Ronda. Jermaine says, bad for damage control. The match made all three look like a bunch of jobbers. I won't go that far, but certainly wasn't making them look as strong as they could have done. Billy says, not sure if it was mentioned already, but it looks like they're using Roman numerals for WrestleMania 40. It was. We did discuss this, WrestleMania XL, a little earlier. Also, to be fair, that's just a good combination for what you're trying to say. Jason says, Roman and Bloodline have started their entrance for Raw already. Also, he says, maybe it's me, but this is the first show under Papa H that hasn't lived up to it so far. Hopefully a strong ending. Half and half. Half and half, I'd say, so far. 2 matches which just did not live up to expectations. 2 matches that very much did. That wasn't a ladder match I feel I'll go back and watch again. Solid fare though, did the job, and got the crowd back on side. Kieran says, less interfering than I thought. Bailey says, damage control didn't add much to that match. They didn't. They were there, and that's all you can really say. Dark Knight says, I'm 2-2. Had Liv and Bailey. I was always confident about Ronda. Always. After all, they're trying to make Ronda Rousey the man on SmackDown. By which I mean the main attraction outside of Roman Reigns, who's not there often enough. Ronda's going to be the big one. Everything that happens here is built around establishing Ronda in the absolute top position going forwards. Also says, saying that, love the Harley change for Liv with the smile and the bat. It was definitely a Harley Quinn move, and it definitely felt more heel than she has done for a while. We have 2 matches left, and so far no mention of a White Rabbit. KJ says, I was expecting Io to fly. Me too, which honestly made me very pleasantly surprised when we had that moment of, nope. Works for me. They are hyping up the Raw season premiere tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow night, Monday. I keep forgetting it's a Saturday. DX will be in, well, not in action. They'll be in attendance. Also have Johnny Gargano versus Austin Theory. Pardon me. Oh, sorry guys. I'm all sneezy. I am wondering, like, we've got Bobby Lashley versus Seth Rollins for the US Championship, but Seth Rollins is wrestling tonight. And as Corey Graves just said, at least whatever's left of Rollins, surely that's not even going to be fair. Jason says, Gargano and Theory should be decent. Also says, imagine Harley Liv with Bray Fiend. That would be what the Fiend and Bliss should have been. Disagree. The Harley Quinn character does not work for a Fiend. The Fiend is not the Joker. There was a lot of people who really thought that Liv Morgan was going to be Sister Abigail. It could not possibly have been a worse idea in my mind. They do not work. Fair play, Hector. It's almost like I intentionally say things when I expect something to happen, like The Miz or the White Rabbit. Jaden says, bye Tom. Going to sleep the matches that I really wanted to see. I saw, so I'll see you at spoiler warning on Monday. Fair enough, Jaden. Thank you kindly for joining us. I hope you have a great sleep. We have an hour left of the show. We are watching the Edge vignette at this point in time, and I've got to apologise. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I won't be a moment. Please don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Bear with me just one moment. And I'm back. Welcome everyone. Thank you to everyone who didn't immediately vanish. We still have 2 matches to go. And yes, some White Rabbit. KJ, I don't think White Rabbit closes. I don't know if we'll even see White Rabbit. There may be more breadcrumbs. Let's just catch up with the chat. Ghost says, I'm predicting that Bianca may be attacked on Monday by Damage Control, which will result in a save by either Becky or Sasha/Naomi. Hector says, who I feel like Finn is the Raw equivalent of Carrion in the sense of they need to make him feel like a big deal and needs this win due to some bad booking in the past. He's had some terrible booking in the past. I don't think he needs a win. But if he doesn't get the win, he's basically got no chance of ever being a main eventer ever again. Which I don't think he has any chance of ever being a main eventer again anyway, to be completely honest. Horsley says, I'm half expecting a subtle dig at Gunn not being in the DX reunion Monday. It's an elephant in the room. They have to mention it. They absolutely have to mention it. I don't think we'll get the Piss and Company again, but I think we'll get a dig. This is the match that I expect to see go the longest. We've got no Roman Reigns match, so I don't see any reason the show will go beyond 3 hours. Hello, Batman. Didn't expect to see you there. Batman in a Rey Mysterio mask. I mean, I'll take it. This is the one I'm most confused about the potential ending for. I have Finn Balor, and I have it by essentially someone throwing in the towel for Edge or on Edge's behalf. I don't think he'll actually himself say, I quit. Especially for Finn. Like, he needs to start putting people over. I've said this for a while. Finn Balor's a perfect example of someone Edge can really help reach a much higher level. I don't necessarily think he will, but he can. I also love that Edge's heel turn was brief and completely forgotten already. Like, AJ Styles just moved on. And the sign right behind Edge says, Edge is more played out than Harley Quinn cosplay, which is a dig at both Edge and Liv Morgan. Sign guy's been on a roll today. He always seems to be in the same seat as well. Always seems to be there. Edge at this point is out here solo. There's no doubt in my mind that Rey Mysterio could be involved. Just makes sense for me. Welcome, Sal. Thank you kindly for following on the good old-fashioned Twitterverse. Welcome to the show, and I hope you have a good time with it. You'll get a notification every time we go live, our spoiler warning news show, and of course our SmackDown and pay-per-view watch parties. Welcome to the show, mate. Edge soaking up the atmosphere. The crowd has definitely woken up now. It woke up in the last match, but the arrival of Edge has certainly kicked it into a higher gear. Ghost says, unpopular opinion, I miss Edge with the long hair. You might never see it again, mate. It's weird because he looks younger now. It's confusing. Judgment Day with some new music. Which is good because it actually separates them from the Edge motif. Oh, hello. What have we here? It's Finn Balor's music. They have Judgment Day'd Finn Balor's music. Well, that's an aesthetic choice, which I kind of love. Hello, Patrick. How you doing, mate? Great to see you. Hector says, I hope we get a Pappy and Dom sighting. Reckon we will. Someone in the crowd is just intensely going. They're doing the thing, and you can't stop them. Do. Aggressively not doing the thing. What a heel. The beard merges perfectly with the mask as well. Finn Balor refute. Nope. Why have you scrolled down? Why have you done any of this? I'm not trying to open my messages. Calm down. Go away. Go away. No, I don't want to watch the Extreme Rules kickoff show. Thank you. Finn Balor refusing to do hashtag the thing is the ultimate heel move. Also hiding his beautiful face, but I'm not going to tweet that. Pick your battles, you know. KJ says, had this theme for a while. The beginning sounds very godly. It's an upgrade, I feel. I quite like it. So it says, please let him wrestle in that mask. He will not be wrestling in that mask. That pokes someone's eye out. In fact, Ghost literally says, I think I read that and then said it, so my apologies. That mask could poke an eye out. Devon, welcome to Say Tom. I just joined. Does them mentioning Sasha mean anything? Yes, it means they have chosen to mention Sasha. Welcome, Devon. How you doing, mate? Click that like button for me. Edge and Finn Balor actually look a little bit more alike than I realised. Their gear as well is oddly similar. Edge has been on a great tour since returning. He's been having great matches, particularly the most recent return after the last man standing at WrestleMania and the greatest wrestling match ever. Greatest wrestling match ever was good. Wasn't the greatest wrestling match ever. Kieran says Finn found Carrion's kinky gear. Yes, but you'll notice that Finn Balor does not have a strap on. Patrick says, any White Rabbit teasers tonight? Yep. Yes, lots. Like, lots. Hector says, Edge looks ready for Halloween with that gear, so there's that. I mean, the man knows how to scare. He's there for that candy. He's always had Halloween motifs, ever since he came in as a vampire. I always feel with the microphone in play as it is, you run the risk of accidentally getting a call shouted. Would be awkward. Oh, we have an interesting response to me saying Triple H's worst show, which is at Gasman3268 saying, first match was incredible, second one was fine, and the third one was very good. Disagree. Kieran, I see you, mate. I see you. So far the pace has been good. Not unnecessarily high, which is always good considering you need to warm the crowd up after a ladder match, I'll tell you that. Finn Balor has a prince on his crotch. X marks the spot after all. There's a Volta style chop right there. Balor going for the knee. Taking his time. Devon says Finn needs to win. I agree. If he doesn't, he's certainly never going to be a main eventer. Fair, Kieran. Fair. Maybe they're counting all of the NXT ones, but I'm not. So to be fair, it's also kind of fair. I feel bad for referees in I Quit matches. Your job is just to hold a microphone and occasionally be like... Ghost says Finn should take that cloth out of his back pocket and just implement purple in his gear. To be fair, he has purple on the inside of his thighs. Which is the part we all really want to see. KJ says Cross versus McIntyre wasn't bad, but finish was bad and it was very repetitive, just a bunch of whips and Cross dragging McIntyre in ring posts. Yep, pretty much all. That's pretty much all it was. Finn Balor locking in submissions. This is going to be a bit of a grungy match, isn't it? Edge knows how to pop a crowd. Kieran said if the next two matches are good, it's been a good PLE though. 4 out of 6 matches is decent. I agree. They can recover from what wasn't a great start. I'm noticing 4 people in the front row with matching bandanas. And I'm wondering why. It's purple bandanas, so maybe they're members of Judgment Day. I know Finn Balor's dad looks like, and there's no one there who matches that description. Finn Balor's dad, by the way, is he's over with me. What's with your winding arm there, Finn? It's weird. Oh, he's gaining momentum to turn by going like that, because that's how momentum works. Yes, KJ, purple bandanas is what I'm talking about in that front row. 4 people and 1 person 2 rows further back. Maybe they say Judgment Day running. The one we're all waiting for. Crowd are a bit restless at this point. Nothing much high impact yet. Lots of submissions isn't bad, but you know it's not going to be the finish. Of course, that's also what happened with Ronda Rousey and Liv Morgan. It did end up being the finish, which was awkward because no one expected it. The fans are chanting something. We want something. Maybe tables again. We got the apron move again. Awkward. Thank you for clarifying, Bailey. It was suggested but not confirmed. Glad you were able to confirm it. I was curious. Is Edge about to grab a fire extinguisher? Because that'd be awkward. Ghost says, what's everyone's favourite I Quit match? No doubt in my mind it's The Rock vs Mankind from Royal Rumble 99. I mean, literally there was an explosion. It was wonderful. Dog Knight says, I'm sure you have answered this 50 times, Tom, but do you think there's a chance of a no-show from Bray? In order for there to be a no-show, Bray has to be booked to attend. So you're missing a key step there, mate. He's not going to quit after having his head pushed into a table, Finn. Like, can we take this seriously, please? Eve, how you doing? Says, I can't watch that much for those chair shots. Yeah, it's especially awkward now looking back. There's a lot of matches like that, where you may remember them fondly, but actually looking back at them, you think, no, I don't want to watch this anymore. I don't want to. I'm a big fan of SummerSlam 98, but the main event between Steve Austin and The Undertaker, it's not what it was in my memory. Also, how you doing, Eve? Hope you're having a good time. Hector says, I think Finn will take the win, and as Edge is getting up to thank the crowd, lights go out. We get something White Rabbit related that helps write Edge off as well. I think a whole lot of people are fantasy booking the White Rabbit, and it's getting in the way of what could be an actual match finish. So far we haven't seen Damian Priest, haven't seen Rhea Ripley, either Mysterio. Lots going on. Eve says most of the Attitude Era has aged poorly in fairness. Absolutely it has. There is a lot I can't watch and a lot I refuse to watch. Some very good Royal Rumbles, which also include side events involving Jerry Lawler that I don't want to talk about, and not for the reasons that WWE doesn't want to talk about it. WWE are happy to talk about the fact that it happened. I don't want to talk about it because it happened and it should never have happened, and a lot of people there clearly very uncomfortable with the fact that it happened. Anyway, I'm going off on one. I need to come back to it. We have had the standard spear through the barricade. When I saw the board break earlier, I thought someone's obviously been speared through a barricade, but who actually uses a spear? And I forgot that Roman Reigns isn't the only person that uses a spear. Imagine forgetting about Edge. Finn Balor is in the crowd. There are some kids in the front row who are losing their goddamn minds. We are in the crowd for the second match so far. Not in a row, but the second match. Balor is begging. We're going to the kickoff show table. It's been a while since that's been involved. I remember it being key to a Roman Reigns AJ Styles match in 2016. No one's quitting. Again, I do think this match is going to be the longest one. It's certainly setting up that way so far. Oh, Michael Cole nearly said right on the concrete and then realised that it wasn't and corrected himself. Either way, that's got to hurt. Like, that's got to hurt. Edge is just leaving. Where's Edge going? Just wandered off. Oh, good call, Kieran. It was, wasn't it? Kickoff table was also using the Roman versus Finn Extreme Rules match last year. I mean, that works. Edge has a hockey stick, of course he does. Pandering, but I'll take it. Sometimes you gotta pander. As a wrestler, there's a right and a wrong time for cheap hops and cheap heat. Mick Foley made a career out of it. Finn Balor there essentially putting the hockey stick into his own mouth. Not perfect, still working. Edge looks very comfortable in that position. Just don't let go. You're going to let go. I know you're going to let go. He let go. We finally get a peek behind the curtain at the monitors underneath the kickoff table. Interesting. We are still in the crowd, but Finn Balor is running away. He doesn't seem to be running towards the ring anymore. I think we're off backstage, guys. Well, not backstage. Someone's getting hit with popcorn. Fair. Ghost says, Edge is such a Canadian. Out of all the possible weapons he chose, a hockey stick. I just saw a kid in a White Rabbit t-shirt. For those who don't know, the WWE have a habit. If someone is wearing a t-shirt that they're not personally a fan of, they will ask that person to wear this free shirt instead. A great way to get someone to change their shirt right now is to offer them a White Rabbit. Because you're definitely wearing that shirt, I tell you. Edge just got thrown into someone. The person in question is now now actively filming, so I reckon they're okay. And he says, I think Edge will lose his Judgment Day, get Beth Phoenix in trouble, and Edge quits to protect her. As I say, my suspicion is that someone is going to throw in the towel on Edge's behalf, but it would require a lot more people to be involved than is right now. Interesting, Jason. I don't know how it can be 4 or 5 minutes behind yours. It's live from WWE Network. And this is their live feed. Not sure how you can be 5 minutes ahead of me. But hey, I don't doubt you. Logically now, Finn seems to be heading back towards the ring. A lot of very happy people in the crowd right now. There are times when this is just awkward. When you have to factor in, oh, Edge went for the spear, nearly, I was going to say nearly went down the stairs, but no, he crotched the rail. He crotched the rail. There are just some very happy people next to that rail right now. Just really loving the fact that Edge has just got his balls crushed. Poor guy. Finn's in a mood now. Finn's in a mood. But yeah, we seem to be heading back to the ring. We just got a more of a view of Edge than I've seen in a long time. More than I'd like to see. Maybe pull your pants up, mate. Choking through the railings. That is something that Sasha Banks has done recently. Well, not recently, 2016, but still. She won a championship that way. Ghost says the ref is asking if they quit at really awkward times. No one is going to say I quit if they just got hit in the crotch. The ref's job is to actually ask if they quit when someone else tells him to. So if they're asking if Edge quits, Finn Balor's telling him to ask. Oh. Someone just lost a drink. Lots of NWO merch as well. Lots of NWO merch. Bit of chair action. Finn Balor, of course, picking the moment when he's near a Seth freaking Rollins shirt. The bromance continues. The bromance continues. I'll never stop believing. I'll never give up. Fair enough, Jason. Fair enough. Hector says Michael Cole with a Sandman reference has been a roll tonight with the shout-outs. Been on a roll? I'd say so. The camera's been terrible though. Yeah, the back of the ring on my feed, mate. Finn Balor is now looking under the ring. You've got to remember as well, the YouTube feed is slightly slower. It's intentionally like that. I have low latency, not ultra low latency. Just to make sure no major spoilers come from my mouth, in case I'm ahead of people. And some people I'll definitely be ahead of. I don't support streaming and stealing the feed, as it were, but I know that some people do it and I don't want to ruin it for them. We're in the ring, we're getting extreme, we have chairs. We also had beer, but at the moment we have chairs. KJ says Cole mentions Banks, Swagger, Jackson, now Sandman. Vince would lose his mind. Well, to be fair, maybe Jack Swagger is the White Rabbit. Why is no one talking about that? Why is no one talking about that possibility? Ghost says Kevin Dunn is doing way too much with the camera work. We're not catching anything with the excessive cuts and zooms. You're right. The camera work is not... The words camera work don't quite match up to what's actually happening. Camera no work? Camera terrible? Camera 1? Camera 2? Michael Cole just said the official can't stop the match, which is not true. It's not even slightly true. Again, as I said earlier, when talking about ladder matches, just take a chair to their knee and never stop taking a chair to their knee and make the ref stop it. Can work with an I Quit match too. Traffic says the camera work tonight is like one of those zoomed in wrestling matches on YouTube people do to avoid copyright. I also like it when they flip it, so all the subtitles are the wrong way around. Just funny. They were making a point of focusing on the chair just in the corner. And now the microphone is right up Finn's arse. Finn needs to be careful here. This could be embarrassing. But would probably be the best moment in wrestling if you just let one rip right there. I know I'm being childish here, but I'm okay with it. Finn's mask is still at ringside. I'd like it if that's involved somehow. Just a running headbutt while wearing that thing would be hilarious. I think the idea with the I Quit match is to do so much damage that you literally have to call it. The submissions aren't really what you look for in an I Quit match. Ghost says Edge will not die. That should really be someone's catchphrase one day. It was a catchphrase in Doctor Who one time. I will not die, I cannot die. That was a Dalek. Breaking kayfabe there. Edge is not a Dalek. Just want to be clear on that. And that's why they were focusing on the chair in the corner. I do feel the pace needs to up a little bit. The crowd are hot because of going through the crowd, but they've settled back down again. People aren't really on their feet. Yes, Patrick, Fight Pit is the main event. Basically, every match was at least discussed for main event outside of the Donnybrook. It means good things are going to happen in that Fight Pit, I tell you. Maybe the return of Randy Orton. Bailey says, unless the final match is a banger, this pay-per-view has been completely underwhelming. Wouldn't say completely. The first match certainly delivered. This match is doing okay. The ladder match was good. I wouldn't say completely underwhelming. But certainly Ronda versus Liv did Liv no favours at all. None at all. And I'm worried about Karrion Kross. He's been booked as a bit of a coward. And a bit inept, really. Relying heavily on Scarlett to even compete. I thought we were about to go into a sharpshooter there for a moment, but apparently not. Fans are reacting. Here's Damian Priest. Patrick says Matt Riddle is doing good work right now. He absolutely is. Dominic protecting Finn. Kind of. Not really. In fact, not at all. Not a good landing from Edge. Priest is checking on him. In the last match, we had Damage Control defeated single-handedly by Bianca Belair. I don't think that's going to happen for Edge. Ultimately, we haven't seen Rhea. So what's she doing? What could she possibly be doing backstage right now? Because surely she'd be here right now. KJ says, don't like Edge doing that. Big E used to do it. Yep. And Big E has some rough landings. Edge warming up a spear. There she is. Ripley's trying to cuff Edge. And has succeeded. Honestly, I enjoyed that. She was very clever about it. There was a lovely little scramble. He can't even reach Finn Balor now. Priest and Mysterio. Now, Mysterio has a history of this. If you can remember a furious beatdown of Buddy Murphy by the entire Mysterio family, Dominic has history of this. Edge is going to need help if he's going to survive out there. Is there an intentional switch from Judgment Day to the Judgment Day? Andy says she was very efficient with those handcuffs. Does that really surprise anyone? Like, she'd be the first one to make that comment. Weapons free. We have kendo sticks. Once again, Buddy Murphy. Dominic has history. Now we go through the next phase of the match where Edge gets beaten senseless but still doesn't quit. The ref is just standing there waiting for his instruction. What could he do anyway? That's how the match works. He won't be quitting, we know this. And here's Ray. There'll be more backup, but for now, good luck, Ray. Dominic won't be done with you. Dominic and Ray are previous for binding people to ropes and attacking them with kendo sticks. Buddy Murphy would still love a word, I'm sure. Dominic has equalised against Ray. He's attacking his own dad. Naturally, the boos are serious. Ghost says the only reason it seems underwhelming is because of the high standard people put on Triple H. The show hasn't been terrible. Removing Liv Ronda and the situation with Karrion has been alright. They really need to pick up the pace. So I do agree there. This the I Quit match has fallen a bit flat. It's just overbooked. Too much going on. That's why Dominic just went for Ray's eye. KJ says Ray versus Dom for Saudi, or will they save it? I do feel that's a WrestleMania match and a retirement match for Ray, potentially. Can't sit here and say it's guaranteed, but I think it's got potential to be that. So who else is there who can help Edge? AJ? Crowd are going wild for someone. It's Beth Phoenix. Yep, Edge is quitting. Hector loving the beatdown. It's time for Rhea Ripley. We've lost sight of her. Rhea Ripley hasn't lost sight of you, Beth. Crowd's reacting. They know what's coming. Beth, I don't think you're going to win this one. I don't think you can. Patrick says Triple H needs to stop with the interferences. Just way too many of them, especially with Damage Control and Judgment Day. It has been heavily overbooked the last two matches. Not too bad the last one, to be fair, with a brief interference from Damage Control and Bianca was able to get through it. But this match is just a mess. It's a mess we expected. Potentially a necessary mess, but it's a mess nonetheless. Beth Phoenix with a spear. Rhea's rolled to the outside. And Beth is releasing Edge. If he wins this match after all that. If he wins after all that. I feel that's the most successful handcuff key we've seen in a long time. You just got to get the experts in tow, that's all it takes. She is cleared, KJ. She will be wrestling. She's just not had an opponent lined up just yet. Dominic is providing a distraction here. I know that it's supposed to be something a little different, but low blow. Michael Cole laying into the man. And Balor's back in play. The crowd are getting into it at least. You're right, Jason, it's very true. Everything is no DQ, so of course there's going to be some interference. Edge is going to win this, isn't he? Get a chair. Concerto here. Oh, I see. Okay. Horsey says the match is all over the place. It's gone on too long, I tell you that. Rhea's back in play. Beth has gone down to one shot. Oh, brass knuckles. Didn't even spot them. Lovely camera work there. In fact, amazing camera work with a pan out to Priest as well. I mean, we've been ripping on the camera work. We also have to kind of love it. Dominic is still selling the low blow. This, I feel, is the part where we have a long, slow finish. Horse is excited for the fight pit. Megan says, I don't know why, but my WWE feed glitched and now it's massively behind. Edge is only just out of the cuffs on my screen. I'll give it a reload if you possibly can there. Because we are definitely not there. Edge is not going to say it, we know that. Ghost says, too many elements in this match, did not need to be this long. How many times have we said that about a match with Edge? And now Rhea will go for Beth, who has been laid out by one punch. Yep, he'll quit on her behalf. It's not a big surprise. It's a very, very dodgy finish. Chair? I hear chair. We have a concerto incoming. I'm not sure, Horsey. I don't say so right now. Not sure what's going on there, Megan. Sorry to say. I understand if you want to mute me while you work it out. And we have ourselves a finish. Edge has quit to protect Beth. I still think Rhea's going to do it. Rhea told you to say it again. You're not saying it again. Once you submit, you have to submit every time. Rhea has done it anyway. That was good camera work. Well, the match is finally over. It went pretty much exactly how people expected it to go. Judgment Day stand tall primarily because of Rhea Ripley, who has been the absolute beacon of hope for this group the entire time they've been together. Horsey says, we've never had a Cody return doc or anything, which is a shame. Downfall of the network in UK when they moved to Peacock. Very true. Jason says, Edge's contract stipulates that he matches must go on 10 minutes too long. Maybe. I mean, Rey Mysterio was out of action for a long time. Suddenly he's okay now. Wonder what happened there. Good background acting by the referees, particularly Jessica Carr, I believe her name is. Genuinely looks terrified. She looks angry at Rhea. Interesting for a ref. Megan says, I'm fine with it now. Being behind isn't as bad as having it constantly buffering. Fair. Horsey says, White Rabbit tease or reveal is part of the main event, I'm guessing. Is it? Jason says, they've already gone to commercial for me. We're on a commercial now. I must be slightly behind you. I believe we're about to get a Charlotte Flair vignette. We are. So there is one match left. It will not last the full half an hour, likely, because Edge has gone over, as per usual. But it's the fight pit, so I'd imagine this one's going to be real fast-paced. Ghost says, once they do the expected tag team of Edge and Beth versus Rhea, and I'm assuming Finn, Edge needs to get out of this feud. It's been dragging on for me. This has been going since WrestleMania, the building of Judgment Day and the removal of Edge from it. He does need to move on. No one's really being helped by this anymore. Like, it's still ongoing. It's still entertaining. But I've wanted Edge to work with people lower down the card for a while. I'm glad we finally got that one with Finn Balor. But it's not particularly rewarding when it has to come through this much shenanigan. You know, just like, it's an excessive level of shenanigan. It's more shenanigan than I'm personally comfortable with, is what I'm trying to say. Horsey says they have to do something after the Extreme Rules breadcrumb. Doing nothing would be baffling for me. Yeah, it would be baffling. That doesn't mean they're not going to do it. It's the WWE. That's kind of what they do. Hector says Beth is out here selling like she's done this before. On her for making Rhea look like an even bigger... good on her for making Rhea look like an even bigger badass. She knows how to sell. She knows how to do it. And honestly, Beth Phoenix was there purely to put over Rhea Ripley. That's respect. That is respect. Charlotte Flair vignette is really lasting. By the time we factor in the entrances, we've got maybe 15 minutes, so the show is definitely going to run over slightly. It's going to be past 4 AM when I go to bed. Yay. By and large, I still think this is a good show, though. The match was good for most of it. Then it started to really go crazy at the end. Horsey says Rhea versus Beth match or mixed tag. Both. I would have a mixed tag and then I would have a singles match. Probably the mixed tag would be Saudi Arabia. Singles match, day one. The Miz is backstage, looking to talk to Triple H, but he can't because there's a thing behind him. Hello, thing. What are you? I don't think The Miz is going to put on the t-shirt. He's going to try and fight a mascot. I'm a fan of The Miz. I don't know why any of this is happening. Hey, Dexter Lumis just hanging around behind everyone. Just standing there. Seriously, is there no security in this building? There's someone in the corridor. There's someone hiding in the corridor. Also, can I just point out, there's a cameraman. There's a cameraman just letting this happen. Is he going to put The Miz in the outfit? Well, that happened. KJ says, once again, Balor does not lose under Triple H. Balor's his man. Balor's his boy. Balor's his guy. Ghost says, I think that the major problem with Extreme Rules as an event is that every match is based on carnage and shenanigans rather than storytelling. For some stories it works, but in others the match tends to drag on, and matches like Liv Ronda proves that. Liv Ronda is definitely the lowest point so far of this pay-per-view. They have sort of been forced to be reliant on a level of shenanigan, lots of interference, and just not the classic way that they used to do things. It's not quite working for me, but maybe that's just me. Hopefully that's just me. I'd rather be the exception than the rule here, because this is just not doing it for me. It's fair, KJ. KJ says Triple H has booked Lumis to perfection. He's massively over, and let's be honest, he wasn't that known coming in. Very true, very true. And honestly, I'm not sure how he's actually going to adapt to the main roster. He can't cut promos, naturally, he doesn't talk. He's got a great physical presence, but I don't know. I don't know how it's going to go, but much like with Bayley, I hope I get proven wrong on that one. We have our vignette for Seth Rollins and Matt Riddle. Based on the pre-show, this is basically 3 to 5 minutes long. By the time the entrances come through, we'll only have 10 minutes left, so we're definitely going over. This match, that said, I expect this match to be the most intense, the most high tempo. I expect it to be very enjoyable carnage, let's be fair. If there's anyone who can bring this pay-per-view up to the upper echelons in a single match, it's Seth Rollins. It's what he's here for. Sean says, when Nikita was shown, I figured she would get involved in a ladder match. Nope, no intention to do that. No intention at all. It wasn't even necessarily a call-up. It's just a way to introduce people and get people watching NXT. Oh, who's this? I should probably go check her out. You'll notice we're getting to the last match. No rabbit. No white rabbit at all. Could Riddle be the target? Could Seth be the target? Who would be the one targeting them? Or is it just continued teasers and breadcrumbs? No QR code yet. KJ says Judgment Day, all four of them versus Edge, Beth, Ray and AJ maybe? Maybe we have 3 War Games matches? I don't know. The whole thing doesn't make much sense to me anymore. The Judgment Day storyline is ongoing and people are wrestling good matches and enjoyable. Rhea Ripley's getting way over. Way over. Dominic's got a good push. Edge is just sort of there. I don't know. Chris, welcome. Says, when does Bayley win the Raw Women's Championship? Most likely for me around day 1. I definitely see this feud continuing. It may happen in Saudi to try and make the Saudi show feel bigger, but I don't think we're done with it. Even though Bianca Belair did beat all 3 of them without much of a sweat broken, I do feel like it will continue. Sean says, wouldn't 3 War Games matches be too much? Probably, yeah. I just don't feel Judgment Day will have much of an impact on the Survivor Series show. I think we'll get the mixed tag in Saudi, and after that, it'll be kind of be forgotten. KJ says, also, October 18th, AEW is on Tuesday, head-to-head of NXT. Maybe they'll try to hype up NXT this week. I don't know. Fair. Fair, I mean, why not? Why not? Hector says, the fight pit makes me miss Timothy Thatcher. Long live Thatch's Thatch Can. Fair. Ghost says Triple H has some things that he can improve on just based off of this PLE. There needs to be an introduction of storytelling elements in these stories, and all feuds need to either evolve or cease to exist. Having consistent run-ins or shenanigans to win a match does not help anybody, comes across as repetitive and lazy. I do feel the last 2 matches still needed that element. Still needed that element just to help it over the line. Scarlett also, I think, is something to list in that. Constantly involved, constantly interfering, constant interference. Liv and Ronda, I feel, is going to be moving on now. Just moving on and being largely forgotten. Good reception for Riddle. I expect a bro chant very shortly. Bayley says someday Bianca will make a great heel. If they build her enough, and then it's a shocking enough moment, I can definitely see that working. Venom says, hi Tom. Welcome, Venom. How you doing, mate? Ed says AEW just announced Gage versus Mox for AEW title. So they want the ability to say, yeah, but the ratings might be going down, but we can still be NXT, and isn't that the only thing that really matters? No. But should be a hell of a match, tell you that. Connor says, hey Tom, hope your night's been good. It's been great, thank you. Hasn't been the best pay-per-view, hasn't been perfect, but it's been good, and I've enjoyed it. And of course, there's always a benefit to being in a show with you guys. It's always fun. Even through some really bad pay-per-views, and we as a group have watched some really bad pay-per-views together, we find ways to make it fun, even if it's just taking the piss in every way, shape or form. Connor says, a friend who's at ER said, Extreme Rules, I imagine, not the emergency room, that Liv was laughing hysterically when the cameras went off after her match in the ring. Very confused. I think she's lost her mind, mate. I think she's lost her mind. But it's okay, Sarah Logan's coming back. Ed says, Bianca started as a heel, but people forget. Yeah, she had that sort of New Day thing where she was a heel, and people just did not care. Braun Breaker, also in the crowd. They are hyping up NXT by showing off Extreme Rules. Maybe they're worried the Booker T is just not going to be that fun. Venom says, I don't know if I've missed any returns tonight. I've been watching it but then fell asleep. Nope. You've missed... Well, Beth Phoenix, technically. I could call that a return. I don't think it'd be completely... What the hell is Seth wearing? Not the first time I've asked myself that question. But what the hell is Seth wearing? I feel like the... Oh. I see what he's doing. I don't know why he's doing it, but he's doing it. Seth's just doing his own thing nowadays, isn't he? Could not care less. Could not care less. Connor says, is Sarah actually returning to the in-ring stuff? I don't think she has much choice at this point. She's not exactly recognised as one of the greatest talkers in wrestling. Venom says, has Drew versus Cross been on? Yep. Third match. Not great. Traffic says, is that a gremlin on his shirt? Certainly looks like one. I was going to go dragon, but then I sort of demoted it. What are you doing, Seth? I'm just baffled by all of this. Yeah, it is a tribute to RVD. The intention by Seth is to rip into the crowd, rip into the old ECW and basically say, yeah, well, he may be your idol, but I'm better. The fight pit is descending. There are no ropes. They still have the sky camera, which is a perfect use of it right now. They have not got a lot of room to maneuver in there. I'd imagine they're going to get on top at some point. I don't see any grooves cut like they do in Hell in a Cell. But I don't think they need them. They can climb that. Venom says, I keep hearing Bray's return tonight, but I don't see it happening. Yeah, I keep hearing people say that as well. If you guys are regular spoiler warning viewers, you'll know exactly what I feel about that. Venom says, how many more matches are there? 0. This is the final match. The crowd are making it clear that they're favouring Seth here. I apologise for the rhyme, it wasn't intentional. Yep, LED boards. Pardon me. Right, so how's this going to go? I can see this match going 20-25 minutes. Cormier's got to be involved somehow. A lot of people talking about the idea that Brock Lesnar, Daniel Cormier will be set up for Saudi in this match. If that's the case, Brock Lesnar, White Rabbit makes perfect sense. While also making no sense. The lights have just gone down, giving it the unsanctioned feel, which I always like. Rollins selling that kick to his thigh. It's good stuff. Traffic says this has got to be awkward for the people in attendance to look at. Depends where you're sat, but there's definitely a height that you'll get to where you just can't see anything. Venom says, wonder why Braun is in the crowd. Maybe it's a hint he's getting called up soon. I would say the exact opposite, Venom. When he was introduced, Michael Cole made a point of saying you can watch him on NXT every Tuesday. Actually, I believe that was Corey Graves that did that. But yeah, I think they're just trying to sell NXT a bit more. I think essentially they put Nikita Lyons there to draw a certain audience. They will probably succeed. Riddle with a very classic takedown. Yes, Hector, it was definitely RVD inspired. As soon as he had the ponytail and he did it was very clear. He looks a bit more like himself now, but he still has a ponytail in play. Ah, KJ. We want Wyatt. Right. I think a lot of people are about to lose a lot of faith in Triple H. Rollins striking the referee? That's a choice. And Rollins takes the opportunity to get the attack going again. Venom says if Brock gets involved, how does he get in the cage? Maybe just rips a section off. He's done that before. Maybe he gets involved after the match has already finished. Why would you come in during? I do think we're more likely to see Randy Orton than Brock Lesnar, I'll say that. The crowd are still singing Rollins' theme. People making a point that Seth is their guy. Riddle back into a submission. You'd think with the intensity of the feud that submissions didn't really enter his mind, but here we are. Seth going for the eye, which is classic Seth Rollins now. Venom says, do you think we get a return in this match? I don't see any reason for it. I know full well that everyone's expecting this person or that person. The show has given us no hint whatsoever that there would be any return here. Cormier making a point. Cormier, by the way, very good on the bump earlier today. I'm hearing the "We Want Wyatt" chant now. It's not getting much purchase. So far, the actual match element, the wrestling's been okay. They're establishing Daniel Cormier. They're building at a slow pace. It's typical Seth Rollins. Eventually, he's going to let his hair down, and then he'll let go. But they're limiting a lot of the high-flying options here. There's no ropes. They can't get a good bit of momentum. They can't get a good run. It's basically high impact and nothing, and neither of these guys are really big on the high-impact moves. Seth wrestles like a cruiserweight. He always has. Outside of that, it's just pure physicality. Hector says, DC's a legit fighter. I wouldn't mess with him. Absolutely not. He's also very close friends with Seth Rollins. KJ says, why can't they just enjoy the match? Why cheer for Wyatt now? They didn't do it all night. Because at this point, they're annoyed that they have not seen Wyatt yet. They're annoyed. They don't just want Wyatt, they feel entitled to Bray Wyatt. That's the difference. Venom says, glad to see LA Knight was brought back. He was indeed. No traffic. It is pinfall or submission to finish the match. No last man standing elements. As we're in the last match and we're very close to the end of the show, if you've not done so yet, I'll say for one last time, please do consider hitting the like button and subscribing if you haven't already. We have just breached 1,000 viewers as we come close to the end of our 4th hour, and that is a very good thing for the growth of the channel. It does mean quite a lot of people who may have dipped in and dipped out are likely to be dipping in again in the future. We're currently at 1,683 subscribers, 17 more to hit 1,700. So if you've not subscribed yet, by all means, please do hit that button. Slow-paced match so far. It feels a little bit like the Roman Reigns Jey Uso I Quit Hell in a Cell. That was nice. Rollins definitely landed on his head. Sorry, Riddle definitely landed on his head. Nice suplex though. This is more focused on story. This is, of course, what we need more. And yeah, Rollins already heading up. RVD style splash. Classic. Venom says, was the White Rabbit revealed? Nope. Bear with me just 1 second, guys. Jason says, did the vignette last night on SmackDown not indicate the White Rabbit would be revealed on 10/8/02? 10/8/22? No. Nobody said anything about being revealed. They just gave you all a date, and because Fightful said it was going to be revealed, a lot of people are now assuming that it was going to be revealed. Yeah, Jason, it's just a breadcrumb. They will keep the breadcrumbs going as long as they want. Don't forget how many things have indicated this SmackDown or this Raw and then so on and so forth. It's a breadcrumb trail. Don't get me wrong, there's still time, but people have pinned all of their hopes on this one thing. The White Rabbit trended almost more than Extreme Rules did. And that is a problem. Seth going for a submission but Riddle crawling out of it. RKO. No Venom, that did not happen. KJ says, Jason, the vignette aired last night saying tomorrow, which is today. Didn't say reveal, just said tomorrow, much like the initial tease made everyone watch the first SmackDown after the teases started. Yep. They've popped a rating. It's Tony Khan booking. We've got a great surprise coming, guys. We've got a great surprise coming. Tune in every week or else. It's working, much like it does for AEW at times. But while there's been lots of teases of potentially Bray Wyatt being involved, here we are. Still time though. Bailey says the match is beginning to lag. It is. The pace is slow and they can't really afford that. A lot of people in that crowd are annoyed that they didn't get Bray Wyatt. Ghost says Philly is a very opinionated city. I'm not surprised they're making their opinion known. Crowd has not been extremely energized throughout an entire match since the Donnybrook match. True. The Liv Ronda match was horrific. Bianca Bailey was alright. The booking of Karrion Drew was bad. The I Quit match went on far too long. There's a lot of pressure on this match to meet expectations, especially with the White Rabbit tease. I agree with everything you just said, Ghost. Venom says, disappointed no Sasha, but well, I would assume that you're used to it by now, to be honest. Basically, every week since Sasha left, people have been saying, oh, she's coming back this week, she's coming back this week. Nope. I still remember Zero News saying, oh, they were backstage, but they ran out of time, so they didn't come back. If that was true, why haven't we seen them since? There's a whole lot of people making what they believe to be educated guesses based on wishful thinking, and I don't blame them. People are excited for what they're excited for, but it doesn't matter. I thought it was a pinfall or submission, but call me as counting. Jason says, I know this will be an unpopular opinion, but I've never been a big fan of Bray. Haven't missed him or the Fiend. Having said that, always happy to have him back amongst the employed. Very true and very fair. Rollins is up top and is calling Riddle up to join him. Seth has heard someone with his theme and he's starting to rock out. Cormier can't do a thing. Kevin says, I really enjoy the storyline between Edge and Finn Balor. It's not my favourite what's going on right now, but it's still not a bad show. I like Judgment Day in general, I just don't feel they've been made to look particularly effective. Bailey says, as you've pointed out, the Mercedes brand is going to be more of a priority than being on a tag team once a week. Yep, spot on. The Mercedes brand is the first priority of Mercedes Venado. Now, if WWE can pitch the offer in a way that works for her and works for that brand, which they are trying to do, then we suddenly have options. At this point, we are getting a lot more physical, a lot more visible as well. I like where we're going with this. The pace is coming up. Also says, I'm happy for the tease to continue with Triple H can't as may lose impact for fans, especially after that reaction 5 minutes ago. Wait and see what the reaction is at the end of the show. That'll be the telling part. If the show ends and nothing's happened, you wait and see. I'm loving the camera work right now. Absolutely loving it. which is not something I expected to say after the first couple of matches, but the slow pan across the it's good stuff. Seth Rollins is going for a buckle bomb. And got it. That's got to be a painful landing there. Threw him a bit too early. Hopefully Riddle's alright there, because that's got to hurt. I think that's why it's all slowed down. Venom says, when do you think Randy is returning? Relatively soon. I expect him to be cleared before the end of this year. But obviously I can't sit here and say he's going to be cleared on this day. Also says, love this rivalry. Royal Rumble heat, you mean, Tom? No, not necessarily. More Fiend versus Seth Rollins heat. Traffic says, if it was Bray, the White Rabbit, it would make sense for him to go after Orton's best friend. Yeah, people have also said it would make sense for him to go after Rollins. It would make sense for him to have to go after Edge. It makes sense for him to go after Karrion Kross. People have just said whatever works for the match that they're watching. Well, Seth, you got to throw him down. It looks like I'm wrong, by the way. It looks like it is last man standing style. Cormier spent this entire time in the middle of the ring just saying, get down here. Guys, get down. Get down. Don't go up there, get down. Venom says Seth is dominated too much of the match. It doesn't feel intense. It doesn't feel like it has the same intensity as it had in the last show. Another RKO. Seth's going down. I wouldn't say teetering, that was very controlled. Thank you, KJ. Submission or count of 10. Gotcha. Also says, funny though, as they managed to drag the Cody reveal out for 3 months, kind of. They didn't. I mean, it was about a month and a half, and most of that was reports from people like yours truly, who first reported that it would be Seth versus Cody. You've got to realise that there's a huge part played by wrestling media in hyping up these sort of things. And when they don't work out, fans are furious. Fans are furious because they, let's say, didn't get Cody, even though WWE never promised them Cody. Right, you are, Venom. To the point, Cormier stopped counting. Because for some reason Riddle just took his time on that one. Very interesting sell from Riddle. Like, that definitely did hurt. That is not a hard sell to do. Go said they should bring back the graphics that explain the rules of the match, especially when matches like this that have only been seen on NXT happen. I agree. Would have been helpful for me. I don't always hear the commentary because of other things that I'm doing. We've got ourselves a replay. That was less a jump and more a fall. He actually landed perfectly. Skycam. I love a good Skycam. I don't know if I've given that away enough, but I do love a good Skycam. Cormier counting both. Michael Cole has no idea what to call it. Just stop trying. Please just stop trying. It's not a good look for anyone involved. Really still selling and still screaming. Going for the triangle. Seth with an easy deadlift. These panels are buckling more than I expected. Another deadlift. The powerbomb's not going to do much in an MMA world. The deadlift's not actually useful at all. Yes, Venom, Ronda won. Seth's not going to tap. Wait, what? Oh. What? Okay. All right. It's been a weird show, this. Michael Cole's been corrected. Ghost says, I'm assuming you're coming by submission or knockout. Yeah, apparently so. Khalid says, I feel bad for Beth Phoenix. She got concerto, so not great. Venom says, it could have been way better. It could have. The pace just wasn't there. It was a slow match. After the first match, every match has been slower than it should have been. There's been very little tempo. Was there a tap? There's a tap. That's definitely a tap. And everyone's out of the ring. Seth is walking to the back. They've got the bug up in the corner. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. Here we go. Yes, Michael Cole, you're still on the air. Now, who wanted a white rabbit? There's a reason he got out of that ring pretty quick. Now, did I not say a few weeks ago, in fact, that there had been a signing? There had been a signing with a pretty big name. A name that everyone was asking me about. In fact, that everyone was asking me about a lot. Did I not say, even blatantly in the title of the video, that the signing had been made? Some might call this a dream come true. Whose twisted dream could it be? Not only that, but didn't someone a while back, didn't someone mention a faction? A White Rabbit faction. I swear someone did. But maybe I'm just imagining things. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Venom says, I'm going to laugh so hard if it ain't Bray. Why wouldn't it be? I don't believe that's Bray. I believe Bray's somewhere else. Welcome back to the Funhouse, ladies and gentlemen. Stay a while and listen. Ghost says, great way to start and finish the night. Middle was interesting to say the least. Horsey says, crowd happy at least. Well, now they have to make it make sense. There he is. Halsey, I literally reported that it was happening 2 weeks ago. Now don't get me wrong, I've taken my time with this one. I didn't want to spoil everything. But I reported 2 weeks ago And right now, I'm going to tweet that exact thing. What was the exact date? 21st of September. On September 21st, I reported the return of Bray Wyatt. The White Rabbit has just arrived at Extreme Rules. Oh, if you hear that response. You should subscribe to YouTube, to my YouTube channel. You won't regret it. There's Bray. When I said I don't believe that's Bray, I meant the one at ringside. Because there he is. Have you heard that response? A lot of love for that moment. A lot of love for that moment. Now guys, I've just made a tweet and I'd love it if you could give that tweet some love. I'm going to post links to it on both the YouTube and the Twitch, and I would love it if you could give that tweet some love, because I tell you what, ain't no one else out there who reported that this was coming. Ain't no one else out there saying that Bray Wyatt returns. September 21st. 18 days ago. 18 days ago. So, I would love it if we could get that tweet everywhere we can. Because sometimes when I say things, when I tell you that something big is coming, I then afterwards need to be a bit more careful and not ruin the surprise for people. I think I did pretty good at not ruining the surprise there. I think I did pretty well, because I reported the news without clickbait, without hyperbole, without speculation. And I had a lot of fun with it. That's been Extreme Rules. Bray Wyatt is back with a new evolution of the character, with a faction all of his own. And we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of him in days to come. In the meantime, though, that's been our show. I'm going to be pushing this Bray Wyatt news for a while now, in the hopes that it will make our audience continue to grow, and I hope I can count on your support to do the same. But in the meantime, all I will say is, until spoiler warning on Monday, when I may or may not have more news for you, I've been Tom Colohue. You've been fantastic, and I'll see you all very soon.